Kia ora tātou, nau mai haere mai. Warm welcome to everybody for our council meeting on Wednesday the 6th of August 2025. Welcome back to elected members after our short recess, so good to be back in the chamber. And before we get into our order of business, if I could ask the Deputy Mayor to open with karakia.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship o tira, tēnā tātou katoa e ngā rangatira, nei rā te mahina nui. Greetings everyone. Tū tawa mai I runga, tū tawa mai I raro, tū tawa mai I roto, tū tawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Kia ora, thank you. Look, a warm welcome to people online and in the chamber. We have, the meeting has been recorded, it's been live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. In terms of health and safety, our normal procedures here, unlike the event of hearing an emergency alarm, we will exit the building by the green signs which we entered. We'll evacuate to the assembly area, which is right below us there in the clock tower in the square Te Maraehine. In terms of health and safety, obviously a non-smoking vaping facility. If you need to do that, that's outside the building. Again, unlike the event of needing a defibrillator, that is located outside the entrance to the Customer Services Centre on the ground floor. Our toilets are just at the end of the link span here, and any incident, please report that to our committee administration. Can I just ask officers or speakers if they turn the microphone on, perhaps to say their name in the first instance and their position, just to get those online understanding who is speaking. In terms of people online, I acknowledge Councillor Hancock, who's online, and will be an early departure as well. All right. We'll move through to our order of business, bit on today, councillors, so we'll move with some haste. We're up to number 2, which is our apologies. Apologies today will be received from Councillor Rowley Fitzgerald and Councillor Pat Hancock for early departure. I'm happy to move those, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. If there's no commentary, I'll ask you to vote. Okay, that's passed 15 votes for, none against, thank you. All right, move through to notification of additional items, and there actually is one. We have a notification here of a Part 2 report around external funding opportunity in our of community projects in our LTP, and the reason for the lateness was the letter of interest, letter of intent arrived after our published agenda, and the reason for the urgency is to meet timeframes with the third party. So I'm happy to move those, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. If there's no commentary on that, just to receive the paper in Part 2, can we vote please? And that has passed 15 votes for, none against, thank you. We'll move through to declarations of interest, and we did receive one, and I'll go to Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. An interest in item 11, because I'm obviously one of the commissioners.
Councillor Isabella.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, as will I.
Councillor Micklard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So do I.
That's good. That was well prompted. Thank you. Okay. We now will move through to public comment / petition, and we have a community group from Ashurst, and I'd like to invite Kirsty Kirk up to the seat here. And Kirsty, you are representing the Wyndham Street group, who are coming to talk to us about their work program there. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship the Mayor and councillors. My name is Kirsty Kirk and I'm representing the residents of Wyndham Street, Ashurst. We are here today following our meeting with Mayor Smith on the 19th of June and a subsequent meeting with Stuart Cartwright, Chris Dyerberg and Glenn O'Connor. We request that you reconsider your decision to drop off the long-signalled and desperately needed upgrade and repair of Wyndham Street, specifically the section between Oxford Street and Cambridge Avenue, and to review the road in Canberra between Cambridge Avenue and Salisbury Street. I'm unsure if drop-off is a technical term used in council to explain changes in previous decisions, but this is how we were informed by PNCC that despite repeated assurances to repair Wyndham Street, we were no longer a part of the National Land Transport Programme. To quote, "We understand your frustration and appreciate your continued patience. The section of Wyndham Street between Oxford Street and Cambridge Avenue has been dropped off the Financial Council Programme." Signed, UNCIT. This is the problem we're trying to solve. Since the Manawatu Gorge slip in 2017, our residential street has served as the main link to the Saddle Road for regular and for heavy transport. This was necessary for the region, but it has had severe consequences for our road and our daily lives. The reality of this 400-metre section of street is, in parts, it is only 5.2 metres wide, significantly less than the legal minimum width, which is 6.5 metres plus 0.5 on each shoulder. It is sealed with a light traffic surface only, completely unsuitable for the volume and weight of trucks it has been forced to carry. The footpaths on the south side are cracked, uneven and incomplete. On the north side, there is only 100 metres of a path on a 400-metre road. The north side has no lighting. The south side has the old orange lighting, which is dim. Crucially, there is no curb or channelling on either side. Instead, we have open stormwater drains that contribute to the significant and regular flooding of our properties. Of the 45 properties on Wyndham Street between Oxford and Cambridge, there are over 49 children under the age of 16. These children cannot safely cycle to their local school, to the library, to friends, or to family. There are 31 households who have access issues to their own properties due to surface flooding from open stormwater. And there are 6 households that have significant mobility issues, 2 of whom are wheelchair users. The history is that for 8 years, residents have repeatedly warned both NZTA, initially through Natalie Dixon, and the Palmerston North City Council, initially through Linda Lee, that Wyndham Street was not fit for purpose, and that this situation was causing considerable damage and negatively affecting our lives. To your credit, Council have confirmed the road's failings, as shown in many PNCC articles and emails to residents. This isn't a new idea. The intention to install curb and channelling on Wyndham Street was first intimated as far back as 1971. More recently, the commitment has been reconfirmed by PNCC in February 2024 with the preparation of tender documents, again in May 2024 in a letter from your transport team expressing their commitment to widening the road, constructing vehicle crossings, footpaths and new curb and channel on both sides of the road. And as recently as September 2024, where in a PNCC article, Glenn O'Connor called Wyndham Street a priority street that needed work to ensure the safety and well-being of its residents. That same September article noted a budget increase of $700,000 for the $3.2 million resealing projects and stated that if there were funding issues, the work would only be deferred to the following summer, which is summer 2025. Our core frustration is that it has been 54 years since Council first stated its intention to fix our street. It is 8 years since it became urgent. Money was allocated based on evidence gathered by your own experts, and while acknowledging the expected funding from NZTA did not eventuate, this is not an unexpected budget shock. This is a well-signalled, long understood and previously committed to project. We are increasingly frustrated with promises made being deferred once again. And I quote one of our more long-term residents of Wyndham Street, "How many more times must we read reports from the council's own staff confirming our road needs repairing, only to have elected members dismiss those previous decisions and delay the work yet again?" As residents, we wonder why no exit conditions were negotiated with NZTA to ensure damage to Wyndham Street was rectified. Palmerston North is a service-led agency, and we are asking for the same level of service as Palmerston North City. We're not here to request something new. We are here to ask you to follow through on your own commitments. We ask two things. Firstly, to uphold the decisions of your works program and your experts to fully upgrade the street as promised, correctly sealing it, rectifying the drainage and installing footpaths, curb and channeling through to Cambridge Avenue, and to review the camber between Cambridge Avenue and Salisbury Street. And to honour the promise made by your transport team in their May 2024 letter to carry out the necessary work on Wyndham Street in 2025, now that the heavy vehicles have an alternative route with the new highway opening. This is a matter of safety and fulfilling a promise that is now decades overdue. I'd like to draw your attention to a comment made by your transport team. They said, and I quote, "We are aware that a section of Wyndham Street between Oxford and Cambridge Streets has previously suffered from flooding due to poor drainage capacity and no stormwater main. We are planning to upgrade this section of Wyndham Street by widening the road, constructing vehicle crossings, a footpath on the northern side, and new curb and channel on both sides of the road. This work will ensure the road is fit for purpose for the future. The council has decided to delay this until the new road is open in 2025, and we appreciate your understanding," end of quote. As the over 300 signatures gathered on our petition suggests, we are no longer patient or understanding. I'd like to thank the councillors who took up our offer to view Wyndham Street, Leonie Harpeta, Brent Barrett and Mark Arnott, as well as interest shown by Hayden Fitzgerald and William Wood. I'd also like to thank you all for your time and consideration. Paulette has a PowerPoint.
I think we've been going through that as you've been speaking, so that's good. Look, thank you, Kirsty. Are there any questions from colleagues? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you for rallying your community. Are you aware of any other residential streets in Ashurst with no curb and channel and open stormwater drains?
Yes, there are. I'm just going to defer to Kevin here because he has done that.
Yes, I'm Kevin Shaler. Yes, there are about 6 other streets in Ashurst that are missing curb and channeling.
Okay, right. Oh, well, maybe we could get a list of those at some stage and have a look. There's a truck movement log of over 80 vehicles.
Yes.
Is that typical of an average week?
That is since the new highway opened.
Right.
So in theory, the expectation was that the vehicle numbers would drop. They have dropped, and that was 8 to 80. That does not include vehicles that come down Wyndham Street at the directions of GPS NZTA signage that turn off up to Pahongana Valley.
Yeah.
So there's stock trucks, milk tankers, etc. that go up there. So that's only including the ones who go through to the old Saddle Road.
Okay, thank you.
But
Well, I'm sure council could make sure that
No, this is questions only.
that NAV is sorted. Thank you, that's me.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Harper.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation. Just one question. Are you aware of any other curb and channel that's not in Palmerston North? Any streets without curb and channel?
There's only a short section in Gillespie's line that I'm aware of. It's only about 10 metres long. That's the only street I know of.
Thank you. Thanks for the answer.
And finally, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Kirsty.
Morning.
And community. Just wanted to ask, assuming that something finally does happen, what are the expectations of the residents in the street in terms of how that project would interface with their existing driveway infrastructures and how they'd want to see that street to private property interface treated during an upgrade?
Do you mean disruption to life-wise while they're doing the project?
More making sure that you end up with a really good drive connecting into a streetscape.
I'm not sure if you noticed on the photos they had the end of Wyndham Street that goes from Cambridge through to Salisbury. We would expect a similar level of service as them.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Kirsty, and thank you to the Shaylers as well. I appreciate you coming in and to others in the community. So, look, you can go back to the gallery. Thank you. So, look, colleagues, we have the petition here around restoring Wyndham Street to the current work program. Petition presented by the community there. A recommendation here is to receive the petition for information. We have an officer report coming, but we'll just deal with this part first. So, look, I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I don't think we need any comment, we can discuss it in the officer report. I ask you to vote, please. That is passed, 15 votes for, none against. Thank you. Right, before we get to that officer report, we've just got some housekeeping around confirmation of minutes. And this is a confirmation of minutes recommendation to council that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 25th of June 2025, part 1 public and part 2 confidential, be confirmed as a true and correct record. I wasn't present, so I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Harper. Are there any matters arising from those minutes? There being none, we will vote, please. And that is passed 12 votes for with 2 abstentions. Right, we'll move through to reports number 8 on our order paper, which is a report from officers around Wyndham Street, Ashurst upgrades. Page 17 of your papers, I'll invite John Aitken from PMO office and anybody else that's coming up to present that. John, to you.
Tēnā tautau katoa e ngā rangatira o Papi Oia. Ko au te kai whakahaere e tari whakahaere kaupapa ko John Aiken tako ingoa. Greetings and salutations to the Mayor, elected members of the Palmerston North City Council. My name is John Aiken and I am the Manager of the Project Management Office. This paper in front of you seeks council direction to recommence the paused procurement process for the Wyndham Street upgrade in Ashurst. This follows community support for the upgrade, as you have just heard, to proceed, and the recent opening of Te Ahua Tūranga State Highway 3. It's important to note that this report does not commit council to capital project expenditure. Instead, the report requests direction for officers to recommence the procurement process and to investigate program and funding options. Officers propose to return with a further report outlining the program and funding options alongside the outcome of a procurement process. Nō reira, ko ki te whakautu pātai. Happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thanks, John. Couple from me before I go to my colleagues. There's a design, isn't there? So we've got part way down the process. We've got a design.
That's correct. There's a detailed design that has been completed, and previously we approached the market to investigate which contractors could deliver this work.
Yep. And groundwork, because I mean the residents have spoken about all the issues. I've gone down and had a look, and look, I mean the photos tell the truth. So, is there any groundwork being done? Like they spoke about stormwater, pipes, other stuff. Anything under the ground that needs to be done, or is that being done waiting for further work?
From my understanding, all the underground work in terms of stormwater pipe network has been completed. What hasn't been completed is the curb and channel and sumps to connect into that network.
Okay, cool. All right, Councillor Barton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koe, John. John, with the report that comes back for funding and programme options, what's the likely time frame for if we did decide to go ahead? Are you able to indicate that based on previous reporting?
It will depend on the procurement process and how quickly we can get through that. It's unlikely we'd make the September council meeting, and it'd be likely October that we would return back. But officers will have a look and determine work schedules and what we can get through in time. And are you able to venture an opinion on the likelihood of a contractor being able to do this work quickly, or are we looking at an extended period of time? We are in discussions with the market, making sure that there's adequate capacity, and we anticipate there will be availability within the market to deliver the work this year, if that's what is decided to do. That's good news. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Harper.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, John. Just following on from Councillor Bowen's questions, would we be going back to NZTA at all and asking for funding for this road, because a lot of it is to do with NZTA?
My understanding that this isn't subsidised as a local road through NZTA, but I'll refer to Acting GM Infrastructure, Mr Glenn O'Connor.
Thank you, John. Yeah, just to confirm, councillors, street road upgrades such as these under the current fund don't attract subsidy. This will be a 100% council funded project.
Thank you for that response. So in light of that, would we be looking in terms of the funding to reprioritise any other projects in terms of this road against any other projects that we've got?
That's what officers will be looking at in this report to come back. So whether we're reprioritising or deferring, cancelling work, all those options will be considered in the future report.
And when residents talk about levels of service that are different from one area to another area of the city, does that come into play at all?
I'll refer to the GM Infrastructure to answer this question.
Certainly that's one consideration. As Mr Aitken referred to previously, we've done a lot of groundwork in the street by upgrading the stormwater and in fact the water pipes underneath, so we are halfway through this job. It is one series of work, and reiterate, we've got the stormwater network pipes in place. We just need the sumps and the curb and channel to upgrade the street completely. Reasonably normal process as what would have traditionally been an urban street becomes, a rural street becomes more of an urban street, and you increase the stormwater you increase the lighting, you do those bits and pieces that this report talks about.
And final question from me, this road's been sealed recently. Is it to the satisfaction of the City Council?
From my understanding, that reseal work on the edges of the road was mainly to do with the stormwater pipes that were installed. That wasn't intended to be a long-term solution with these works planned underway under the LTP.
Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, John. So with the design that you've got already, has that been shown to residents? Do residents have an understanding of what is in the design?
I couldn't say. I'll refer to Mr O'Connor. I know that we have communicated with residents. I'm not certain whether the design itself has been shared.
Certainly the design is a reasonably standard, consistent design in line with our own engineering standards and modern road designs. The vehicle entrances are fairly standard, but certainly we'll socialise the designs again with the community and check that anything's changed so everyone's clear.
Great, thank you. And in terms of the cost of this project, do you have a QS or an estimate of the cost of the project?
Because we are looking to approach the market, we're going to be quite careful around disclosing any.
Okay, fair enough. And in terms of the other work that we might have to defer, do we have an objective set of criteria that we use to prioritise these projects? Because I'm just a little concerned. Clearly this is an urgent project, but there may well be another group of residents whose project gets deferred and then they may be unhappy. So how are we prioritising different projects in terms of roading upgrades?
So one measure that we use is looking at our
Looking at what, sorry?
Looking at our detailed project plans, looking at the risk associated with them, particularly around deliverability. And if there's a number of different factors that, for example, has the underground pipe work been installed ready for the roading to go over top of it. So we'll look at it in terms of deliverability, and these will be provided as options in the future report. As objective measures to whether it's ready for investment or not.
Okay, thank you. And then just to the point that Kirsty made in her presentation, was an approach made to NZTA to say, actually, the damage to this road has occurred as a result of the traffic being directed through Ashurst when the Gorge Road was closed, and as part of restoring roads in Ashurst, it would be, I guess, an obligation on NZTA to provide some funding for this road to be restored. Was that conversation had? I understand the subsidy conversation is a different thing.
I wasn't privy to any conversations if they happened, but I'll refer to my colleague Glenn O'Connor.
Thank you, John. We've had a series of detailed conversations with the NZTA over the repairs and reinstatement of key routes. One of the tough realities of those conversations is roads such as we're talking about now have a lifespan of 20 or 30 years, and the damage that's happened in the last few years can't just be attributed to one party. What we've concentrated on is the likes of, I want to say, Oxford Street through there, where in this area where there's been some extensive work already undertaken, and during the summer construction season we've got more work planned and agreed with NZTA, more rehabilitation, more surfacing, more resealing. So officers believe we've got a fair deal with NZTA across the whole network. Some streets have probably got a bit more than the damage caused. Other streets may have got a little bit less, but on balance, we believe we've got a good fair deal.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Further to that, Glenn, so pre-you, the city negotiated a deal with NZTA where they upgraded Salisbury, whole lot of, that's where the first part of Wyndham Street happened, because we really took over, it was a village level of service. So the negotiation that you've had further, is there a quantum to that, or is that sort of confidential?
we're probably still working through the final details, so I wouldn't want to close that off at this stage.
Because previously it was about 7 million that we negotiated, because, you know, the village was putting up with state highway traffic that was 100-fold what they were used to, and it damaged our network as the roading controlling authority. It just seems strange that NZTA sort of exit the conversation. I'm entering into comments, so I'll leave it to comments, but we do need to be hard on them. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks. A couple of questions from me. I also had this similar question to Councillor Johnson around the cost estimate, and I acknowledge that you can't say specifically, but is there a range that you can provide? Because at this stage, I'm unaware if we're talking hundreds of thousands or millions here. Is there a range that would give us a bit of an indication of the cost of this work?
Again, I don't want to give too much away for commercial sensitivity, but I'll refer to my colleague Glenn O'Connor.
A very broad range could be in the order of $1.5 to $2.5 million, a very broad range. And I wouldn't want to read too much into that.
Thank you. And the report back, if this has progressed, will that go to part 1 or part 2?
Any reports dealing with commercial sensitivity will be part 2. It could be possible that parts are part 1, but certainly the confidential parts will be part 2.
Okay, so any consideration of other programs that may need to be deferred for this to be progressed, would that be in the part 1 part?
We'll work through those details, Councillor, as we get closer to writing the report. It may be that due to timing of other developments, other contingent parts before the roading works were undertaken on other jobs, that we'd be looking at delaying the transport component of that project anyway. So those are the sort of things that we want to firm up, and Mr. Aitken referred to our program, and that's what we'll look forward. We'll reforecast where our timelines are, and we'll bring back those bits of information to the appropriate meetings.
Okay, in terms of the tool that's currently used for prioritisation of this sort of work, you talked about considering the risk around deliverability. Is the urgency of the work also considered, or is it simply looked at in terms of the deliverability component?
By urgency, certainly one of the factors is it safe? Does the area flood? Has it got good footpaths? Has the area got good connectivity? So those are some of the key factors we look at. But probably the key driver that, again, Mr. Aitken mentioned earlier on was, are we able to do the work as the preceding work's completed? Other parties, have they done their work, and has our own internal work completed also?
Okay, thank you. And just the final question, Mr. Mayor, have any projects been identified already that could be deferred in order to enable this work?
So work is underway in terms of assessing that. We don't have that information ready now, which is why we're proposing to report back with options for that. But that will certainly be on the table in terms of an option. We're just not sure which projects would be deferred. So it's work in progress for that.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Thanks for the report. Have we been a bit of mention about pipes and underground services? Hasn't been mention of sewage. Have they been updated as well, or not needed to be updated? We've talked about stormwater.
Yes, I'm aware of the stormwater piece. I'm not certain on the wastewater. I'll refer to my colleague who.
Thank you.
The stormwater and water pipes that were in need of installation and upgrading have been upgraded. The lights, the earlier speaker mentioned the yellow lights, so they'll be the sodium lights that we have in a number of streets across our city. Maxwell's line is one. Progressively, as the sodium lights fail because they're getting very old now, we are replacing them with the more modern white LED lights that are more efficient and cast, I'll call it, a different light rather than the sodium light. So the current proposal doesn't propose to replace the currently working sodium lights. Over the next 2, 3, 4 years, as I suspect they fail, those old sodium lights will get replaced.
Thank you. The other question is, are we being in touch with LTSA to make sure that online maps are being changed?
That's something that we'd need to look into and report back to. I'm aware maps and signage are issues that have been raised with the transport team, and that's something that we need to have a look at in terms of making sure traffic is directed correctly around our networks.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, John. Just wanted to check in on the scope of the work that would be commenced in the recommendation on the screen, and whether that would include a review of the camber between Cambridge and Salisbury.
So my understanding of the scope is a renewal of the road surface, the curb and channel, the sumps, the footpaths from Cambridge to Oxford along Wyndham Street. My understanding is that the camber is not addressed as part of these works. However, the appropriate levels will be seen so that adequate drainage from the road surface into the curb and channel is appropriate for road surface drainage.
Thank you. So if we wanted to pick up the residents' concerns around the stretch between Cambridge and Salisbury, we'd need an additional recommendation to ask that the camber be reviewed?
The design has been put together by transport engineers through consultancies and peer reviewed through this. My understanding was the camber was not part of that scope or part of that design. If there's a requirement to change that, we can certainly look at that and provide commentary on that when we come back to with our subsequent report.
Thanks. So at this stage, officers don't have any intent to respond to that concern in a substantive way.
I'll just let the Transport Manager respond.
Currently, the camber is on a separate section of the street. That's currently not on the scope of this report. If council was of mind to ask officers to investigate that, a recommendation would be appropriate.
Thank you. Just around the funding options, so are we potentially going to be deferring projects that are attracting subsidy to invest in a project that doesn't attract subsidy?
So this is something that would need to have a look at quite closely. As you'd be aware from the November 2024 council meetings, NZTA subsidies are few and far between for local roads, and so we'd be looking quite carefully around which options we present forward in terms of deferred projects, if that's an option council elect for.
And would we also be looking at the potential for new funding, or are we restricting ourselves to deferrals?
No, we'll present back options covering everything from doing nothing to new funding to deferred funding, etc.
Thanks. And just checking in around the level of service and driveways, et cetera, the design that's there is commensurate with what's been delivered from Cambridge to Salisbury in terms of the interface of the street with the properties?
From my understanding, vehicle crossings to driveways were included as part of the design.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Tēnā koe, John Ngāmihi. Just a query. Given that there are approximately 49 children under the age of 16 and some people who live on that street with disabilities and so forth, and a number of households, 31 I believe, would you consider the pathway on that road hazardous for those people if they were to use it on a daily basis? Do we have a matrix or a grade to say whether it's safe or unsafe?
So typically what we would do for any roading upgrade is a safe system audit, and that's completed as part of the design to confirm how safe the streetscape is for a start, and then that's reviewed thereafter. I don't have the information to hand in terms of the safe system audit for the design, but we can certainly report back on any outcome of safe system audits as it proceeds.
Thank you. So the audit's already been completed on that.
From what I understand, that's standard practice for any design work for roads.
Great, thank you. Definitely would like to see that. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. That's questions done. So, colleagues, we have the recommendation in front of us around Wyndham Street, Ashurst upgrade. The council instruct the chief executive to recommence the procurement process and to report back to council on program funding options for the Wyndham Street upgrade. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I emphasise here we're looking at options. Just want to signal to the officers that we need to be quite firm with NZTA. We carried state highway traffic through Ashurst for 7 years, and that's significant. And it wasn't just a odd truck. It was pretty well the main route to the East Coast and Hawke's Bay. And it just needs to be our MPs, everybody needs to understand that we're getting shortchanged, and then ultimately the people of Ashurst and then ultimately the people of Wyndham Street are getting shortchanged. So we do need to push hard on all external funding. I'm happy to signal to officers that perhaps there's an option around the camber, although remembering we aren't roading engineers, and you'll know what is required there, but perhaps we don't want to have too much scope creep here, but looking what that might look like. And obviously there'll be benefits of doing that work if it needs to be done, why work would be done on Wyndham Street itself. I encourage you to go and have a look to see the street. And look, just acknowledge and thank Wyndham Street people for coming forward. This is unfortunate. We've been caught in the middle here between funding, and you can recall we did have this up, and I can understand I put it up in the vote. It didn't succeed, and that's fine, but I understood why colleagues didn't want to vote for it, or the majority of you didn't, because we thought that we would have something there at the end once the new highway was open. But of course, that rug's been pulled out from underneath us. So hence my comments to Glenn and other officers around going back to NZTA and being quite public and quite strong about I think there needs to be something here from them. There does need to be an olive branch here. We have been significantly affected by taking the state highway traffic through our residential streets. So ask you to support this. I think we're kicking the can down the road. We are the road and controlling authority. If we don't do this now, it's only going to get worse. But let's wait for the options to come back from officers and how and if that can be happening. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and fully concur with your comments, including that we don't want to set up a whole lot of scope creep and turn this into something bigger than it needs to be, but we do need to be responsive to residents' concerns, which is why I've included with Councillor Hopper's support a specific instruction that we do review the Canberra and Wyndham Street between Cambridge and Salisbury. That street was recently upgraded. I'd be actually quite disappointed if we found out that we had actually engineered and somebody had paid for something that was actually out of Canberra. But I think it's well worth understanding and knowing whether or not there's a problem there that can be addressed, and getting that review brought back with the report is a sensible way to do that. So I'd ask for your support on both recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you. I also support both recommendations. Just listening to the concerns of residents and viewing the street, you could actually see what had happened to the street. We were actually there on a very wet day, so you could actually see the runoff, and it wasn't great. So I do really appreciate the residents coming in and appreciate the petition that's come to council, but I do think that this is something we should consider. I know it will be hard looking at the report and comparing it with other priorities. It will be hard for us to do that, but I think that we have it in front of us, then it's something that we do need to consider as a council. So I'm pleased that you brought it to us, because it is a concern. It is talking about levels of service across our whole city, and Ashurst is part of our city, so it's levels of service across the whole city and not just for one part of it. So thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for inviting me to have a look at the goat track that you live on. And as a city councillor, I was certainly embarrassed to see it. And I certainly support both of these recommendations. And, you know, this is work that needs doing. So thank you for coming today. and thank you for drumming up so much support from your community. Great to see. Thank you.
Look, just in response, I'm quite happy to take these two together. And if I could just write a reply, just to some of the councillors, you probably realise that we took over from previous small TAs in 1989, Ashurst, and in later years, Bunnythorpe and Longburn. All have had significant infrastructure deficits, and we have spent a lot of time improving those. It's almost impossible to get the level of service across the whole city 100% the same day one. And, you know, to be fair to Ashurst, we've significantly improved Ashurst over the years, as we're starting to do with Bunnythorpe and Longburn. But it is a long journey to do that. You know, if you go to parts of Fielding, who have twice the rates of us, they don't have footpaths on both sides of the street. They have open drains. So I think we've just got to be understanding, and, you know, people want low rates as well. So we've just got to, there's a balance argument here, but the street has been called a goat track, and look, it's not great. So again, I come back to the view that we are kicking the can down the road a little bit here. So let's see what we can come back with officers with options. In terms of the second recommendation, again, I just say we're not roading engineers around the table, and I'll let the officers that are engineers make some of those options, because there is a bit of scope creep there. I just was asking whether we improved that road or NZTA did that, because NZTA did a lot of work on our network there in the last 8 years. So again, all roads are leading back to our friends in Wellington. All right, we'll vote, please. That has passed, 15 votes for and none against. Thank you. All right, we now come to number 9 on our order paper, and then around our long-term plan 2024-34 debrief. I invite David Murphy, GM of Strategic Planning, and Grace Nook, who's the manager for the LTP, forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Grace Nock, the Manager of Organisational Planning and Performance. And I'm presenting here with David Murphy on the long-term plan debrief for the previous LTP. For the most part, I'm going to take this report as read. There's a lot of information in there. However, I would like to briefly touch on the methodology as well as highlight a couple of points contained within the report. So firstly, this report was developed from interviews with staff and elected members, and they were done in 2024. So I was not here for those interviews, nor was I here for the previous LTPs, I'm sure you're all aware. However, I have reviewed those interviews and tried to collate what are the key findings from them. The nature of qualitative research means that you are able to get a lot of context, a lot of nuance, a lot of in-depth detail from the information collected, but it does also mean that the information is not going to be 100% reflective of everybody's views, because you are capturing a diversity of experience, and with a process such as the LTP, you're often going to have different experiences throughout, considering it is such an enormous process for individuals to go through. So it is expected that not all comments are going to be agreed with by everyone. The aim was to capture as many diverse views as we could from the individuals interviewed, but try and collate that into what we can take forward as key steps going forward. And so what we've really tried to focus on out of this report is what we can improve on in the next process. So as you'll be aware, I'll be managing the next LTP, and we're already getting stuck underway into project planning for that. So this report is providing a discussion point and areas of focus for the next LTP on what we can do to improve going forward. And so with that, we're looking at shared challenges across both elected members and staff, where we can improve on what we're doing. For example, aspects such as project planning, implementing better project planning techniques, so that we can try and mitigate as much as possible some of those issues with timelines that seem to be a really key shared concern. Other aspects such as making sure we're accounting for levels of service and prioritisation. So the focus has really been on what we can take forward from this going into the next LTP, noting that it is going to be a very large range of views captured within the report, and we certainly unfortunately can't address every single concern, but we do want to make sure we're continuing to improve as we carry on. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Grace. Thanks for the work there, and the team and David's wider team. A couple of comments from, oh, sorry, not comments, questions from me. Would it be fair to say there are some major common themes in this, bearing in mind you can sense there's one or two people making lots of comments with some of the flavour of those, but are there some common themes coming through? Timing, level of service, where elected members feed in, process, a steering group, or just open slather? Would that be fair to say?
I think so, and that's been where our focus is on for the next step. So noting that across the board, people experience timelines as quite difficult. So it's how do we get ahead of that early on this time, and that integrates well with what we want to better implement for project planning. And it also integrates well with if we're looking to do that deeper level of service review, if that is the direction from councillors for the next LTP, then factoring into that that process and what that's going to look like into those timelines. So we've got an LTP project team set up, and we're already having discussions around what some of these aspects could look like, focusing on what we've identified as being, I guess, those key and core challenges experienced from the previous LTP.
So the elephant in the room is probably levels of service. Are we going to have a look at those perhaps first before we get into everything else?
That's certainly the intention, and something we've been discussing. We recently had a really useful project planning session where we touched on what a level of service review would look like. So we're continuing to refine exactly the project plan, but we'll definitely look at bringing that forward as soon as we can to highlight what would be required to do that and make sure it can be incorporated into the process for the next LTP.
Great, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Grace. Regarding the elected member feedback part of the report, there's quite a lot of phrases where you say many members felt this, or for example, page 38, under information accessibility, many members expressed feeling overwhelmed and so on, and then members voice concern. Given that there were 12 elected members interviewed, it would be helpful, I suppose, for me at least, if you could give me an indication of what many is in this context and how it differs from just members' voiced concern. Do you see what I mean?
Yep. There's not an exact figure put next to any of these because it is focused on just identifying the themes across. Where I've used many, I guess my emphasis on that is that there were at least numerous elected members, and if I could go back and go through and try and do the count of those, but the focus there was on highlighting that concern, that specific concern, was highlighted by more than one member within the elected member staff, within the elected member group. The nature of doing these themes how they are, the focus was on trying to capture, for example, a theme such as timeline difficulties that across the board seemed to come up by numerous either staff or elected members. Now, the exact comment underneath very few people would ever say the exact same thing. And so it's about trying to collate that as much as possible. And if there are similar enough ideas from more than one individual, to collate those into one bullet point. But it's not something that's typically reported on with counts. If that's something that is the preference going forward, for example, in future debriefs, then that can be factored into how the information is collected and the preferred way of reporting it.
So I understand that you sort of inherited this report halfway through. Were there similar levels of notes taken from interviews from all elected members, or were some more detailed than others?
Some were definitely more detailed than others. They weren't transcripts word for word of the conversations had, so it was note-taking from the conversations, however they occurred. And so I can only assume that how that was done was recorded in a way across the board where any key information was noted down. But yes, given I wasn't there for those interviews, I can't really comment further.
So there were a couple of places where I guess I would characterise the comments as being quite one-sided. In particular, there's a comment that says elected members were concerned that it was difficult to take things out of the budget, but there was no comment that it was difficult to put things into the budget. So given that I was one of those elected members that was interviewed, you know, I know what I said. So how is it that we've ended up with quite a one-sided, in my opinion, view of the comments, whereas not everybody's comments have been included? Just seems to be like there's a slant to the comments. I mean, I understand it's difficult for you in the circumstance, but how have you ensured that we've got a balanced view here and not just a kind of one-sided view?
I treated every interview notes in the exact same manner, so everything was weighted equally. I can only, as I said, some of the interview notes were much more detailed than others. For example, some were half a page, others were 4 pages. And so whether that is reflective of those conversations being 4 times as long and therefore the information being captured in more detail, I'm speculating on that. And so no information was treated with greater regard than any other information. It could just be that that point maybe wasn't captured with the same information as, for example, that point that was in the report.
Okay, I'll leave it there, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Grace. A couple questions here. Firstly, the end of the report has a page of kind of recommendations and next steps in it. Could you just share with us how well resourced we are to actually deliver on what is outlined in that page of recommendations?
All of those recommendations, I think, can be as, well, I shouldn't say all. We're going to try and take as many of those recommendations forward into the LTP project planning as we can. And will be a part of the continued team discussion to make sure we're integrating them at different points where we can. And at this stage, aspects such as the project management, discussing how that strategic alignment is going to work in terms of the project plan, the level of service, discussing what community engagement might look like, ensuring we're involving governance and democracy early in the discussions. We're already trying to do that as we go along, and this will just be a continued point of discussion as we go of if that topic is relevant at the time of the LTP process, then how do we better incorporate it in?
I might just add to that briefly, if I could, Mr. Mayor. So I guess the LTP will always test the capacity and capability of the organisation, the size and scale of the project. That's the reality. What I can say is we have established a new organisational planning and performance team. It's a small team, so Grace leads that team. So it's got a little bit of additional capacity to what we've had in the past within the organisation. So Grace has Courtney Kibbe in her team, who's rejoined the organisation, has experience in the LTP. their function is broader than just the LTP. It's also organisational performance as well as planning and strategic oversight of advocacy. But there has been a small increase in the capacity and, in my view, capability of our LTP team. That will obviously relies on an organisational response, but in terms of the LTP leadership.
Thank you. So to follow that up a bit, what I heard from you, Grace, is trying to do everything on the list that we could. That seems implicit to me that we don't have enough resource, because we can't just say matter-of-factly right now that everything on the list will be done. Is that the case? Are we under-resourced here?
Look, I don't feel we're under-resourced. However, as Grace said, as we start to do, the project planning for the LTP is underway now. Obviously, these next steps and recommendations are informing that work. As and when we work up that plan, we will be engaging with elected members after the election. If we feel there are any areas where we're unable to give effect to those actions and there's a requirement for prioritisation, then we will discuss those early in the LTP process with elected members.
Thank you. Second question, if in the next LTP, the next council wanted to consult on more than one option, how and when would that need to be signalled?
Consultant, in what capacity do you mean?
So historically, we've said, here's the budget. Do you like it? If the next council had a view that they wanted to go out and say, do you want option A or option B or option C in terms of budget, when would that need to be signalled?
The earlier the better. One of the things that is flagged through this report, and we're starting to have some conversations as an LTP team about, and again we'll raise with council after the election, is what is the nature of any conversation we have with the community in the lead up to the LTP? Because what it tends to be, and I think the intent behind your question is sometimes it goes out as a sort of not a fully baked cake, but it's been in the oven a long while, to use that analogy. So one of the things we've been talking about is, as I said, in what way, if any, do we engage with the community in the lead up to the LTP to help flesh out those options, to better understand if there are projects out there within the community or different views on projects, so that we can incorporate those into the consultation document. So, you know, some of the options that we've talked about to date is whether or not we use as an example, the annual budget in year 3. If we decide to consult on that, is there a way of actually starting to tease out some of the LTP issues and options as we then lead into the LTP process? Last time we did a what really matters conversation with a lot of sector groups. That was well received. However, it was also sort of a specific set of sector groups that were engaged rather than necessarily government agencies, departments, the broader community. So again, these are things certainly the team are thinking about, and we're keen to have a conversation with the council afterwards. But the short answer to your question is the sooner the better in terms of that signal.
Thanks. And final question, Mr. Mayor, just would like to understand how a centrally predetermined rate cap would influence an LTP process.
That would definitely get factored into that initial conversation on strategy and direction setting early on, so that if there is a rate cap that council is dealing with, then the level of service discussions and the plans and strategies we develop factor that in mind right from the beginning.
Thanks. I didn't see anything at all in the report about that. Is there any work already underway?
We're monitoring that, and we've been having discussions of what that systems improvement bill looks like and what that's going to mean. But that wasn't in the report because this was purely focused on individuals' feedback and reflections on the previous LTP, not on changing legislation or reform coming through.
And how would elected members be involved in shaping that response?
To the
Assuming
bill
that there is a predetermined rate cap that gets imposed on this council, how would elected members be involved in that response?
Well, I guess the first thing is there'd be multiple ways. So if there was an opportunity to provide, obviously, a submission on any bill or legislation around that, then we'd anticipate that the council would be submitting on that, and would follow our usual processes, which is if we can get it to a council meeting, we would. If not, it would be approved under delegation of the mayor, by the mayor. Sorry. And then ultimately, if that is put in place, then that would be something we would have to factor into the overall project plan for the LTP and the conversations we have with council about how we operate within that environment.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wood. Oh, I did, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, team. Just one question from me, because I also share Councillor Johnson's concern around how definitively this report's been written. Regardless of whether you agree or not with the comments, for example, on page 35, under ability to influence, it says councillors found it difficult to know when and how to influence outcomes, and the first bullet point is elected members consistently struggle with understanding when and how they could effectively influence the process. Why? I'm sure some members felt that way some of the time. Why has it been written as if all members feel this way all of the time? Because I feel like that if I was a member of the public reading this, I would be really concerned with a comment like that, when actually it's probably only reflective of one or two councillors' opinions at one or two points in the process. So why has the report been written this way without saying a member or a few members or that sort of thing?
It wasn't written with counts or names because the interviews were not done in a way where I could be certain whether the information was collected in a way that it was okay to be allocated to names. Again, that's something that can be looked at in future. That one was something that came across more commonly than other ones, which is why it has been written the way it was. But I can definitely take on board feedback that it could have been written with slightly different wording to say that it's not reflective of every single councillor, but that it was definitely a strong thing that came through from the interview notes.
Thank you, and I apologise, I certainly wasn't suggesting that individuals' names should be in there. I appreciate this may sound pedantic, but it does feel like a problem to me when where some areas you do say many councillors felt this way, implying that not everybody did. Some areas you just say this is how elected members felt, implying that everybody felt that way. It feels very inconsistent as we go through this report in terms of feedback. So I'm just trying to understand why some bits of feedback say many or some councillors felt this way, and some bits of feedback, like the one I mentioned, just say all elected members felt this way.
As far as I'm aware, it doesn't say all in there, but I can understand how it could be interpreted in that way. And that wasn't the intention. It was more, again, just to highlight that it was a strong enough area of concern across the interviews, but not all, and likewise not all councillors participated or gave the feedback to the same degree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both for the report, and appreciate the depth and detail you've gone into in getting that to us. I had a particular question about, and David, you alluded to before, the What Really Matters survey. I noted in the report there was a comment that said the report notes positive early engagement with sector and community, which I agree with, but then it also says that there's insufficient meaningful early engagement with the community, so there's clearly a tension there. And then that particular point doesn't appear at all in the next steps recommendations for community engagement. So I did just want to ask if we're considering any ways that we could build on what I thought was positive in that what really matters, any ways to draw out pre-consultation, the requests that are likely to come from the community, and if you can speak to that tension that's come through in the report.
Yeah, and so I think the What Really Matters report was really valuable and, from what I understand, really well received. But as David mentioned, it targeted quite a small group. And so that's where I guess it was the trying to acknowledge the positive of that report and the work that was done, while acknowledging also that it could have been expanded upon further. And so we are having those discussions at the moment of what different strategies for early engagement could look like. And we will look at discussing that with the new council after the election.
Thank you, Grace.
Yeah, if I could just add to that briefly, one of the things we're really cognizant of is around any further pre-engagement over and above, say, what was done last time with the What Really Matters is my sense is, you know, post-election, a council wants to come together. They've just been through an exercise to be elected on behalf of their community, and they will have views about what they want to achieve as individuals and as a collective. So what, as officers, we're really cognizant of is going out and asking the community early, immediately after an election, what they value and what they would like to achieve, given that that's part of the democracy and process that we operate within. So I understand there's been some talk about coming together as a council in November after the election, and we do really want to have a conversation at that time about the questions you're asking now, but we feel it should be led clearly by the council and the elected members, and they need to set the tone about what they want to achieve and how they want to operate, before officers necessarily are out asking a range of questions. So
That's interesting. I'll probably come back to that in comment, David. I just want to follow up on one more comment in that What Really Matters section. It says, while deeper follow-up was declined. What was that? What deeper follow-up was declined for What Really Matters?
sorry, what page reference is that?
I don't really have page numbers here, but in 3.2, communications, positive feedback. The What Really Matters publication provided elected members with community and sector priorities early in the term. While deeper follow-up was declined, the initial step supported more informed decision-making. Page 41. Page 41.
I gather what that's alluding to is my earlier comment that What Really Matters conversation was limited to those sector groups, and then I recall there was a conversation about potentially going wider, and potentially for some of those reasons I just talked about earlier, that was sort of seen as something that needs to be weighed up against, how and what the council is, how and when the council is receiving engagement and also providing direction. So, as I said, it's the What Really Matters, I think, was well received, but it was potentially limited, and then the ability to go wider requires a conversation next time, I think.
So would it be possible in future reports like this, and this probably comes back to some of the comments before about how to interpret what's being said, when we're saying something like an action was declined, to be clear whether that was declined by elected members, was a product of process, whether that was an ELT decision, who declined and why, I think is not clear from that comment. So is that something that could be looked at in future reports?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the both of you. Just a few questions. You mentioned that the project team has been set up for the next LTP already. I'm just wondering if there's any elected members' involvement in that team.
The project team is purely focused on staff, and at this point, I don't know if there's any intention with the new council to have something like the steering group, given that was something that was generally not considered favourably. And so the focus right now is just on the staff and what we need to do internally, and what we need in terms of our processes to better support the process for elected members going forward, noting that we will engage with the new council on what we're discussing and the processes and steps we're taking as I think a collective rather than with specific elected members.
Okay, thank you.
If
Now,
I could just, sorry, add to that, I obviously agree with everything that Grace has said. I just, as a reminder as well, that the Mayor has a statutory function under the LGA to lead the LTP. So, you know, it's normal, a good process for there to be conversation between the Mayor and the Chief Executive, and that those are then informing the work that the LTP team is doing. But agree with the comments Grace said about the steering group. There were mixed views about the role and purpose of that.
okay, thank you. Now, just reading through the document, I was surprised to read in quite a few places reference to a zero-based budgeting, which I hadn't been aware that we had actually done in the last LTP. So I'm just wondering, what is staff's definition of what a zero-based budget is?
Could I please refer that one to Cam? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Now I've got the technology working. Cameron Mackay, GM Corporate Services. So what is referred to as zero-based budgeting is a methodology for budgeting. Simply put, we asked the organisation or the staff to build their budgets up from scratch and not to take simply a budget they've had in the past and simply inflation adjust it. So they had to go through and actually build that up from the base.
Okay, so why were elected members not involved in a process of zero-based budgeting during the last LTP? So perhaps I should rephrase that. So did staff consider that zero-based budgeting process was purely for staff to do, not elected members to be involved in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my view is that the aim of budgeting is to take the strategic direction plans that are agreed to as part of the LTP process and build a budget that enables delivery on that, and then that comes through the chamber, where elected members did debate around aspects that we're in and not in, and the consequences of adjusting budgets.
I'll just ask the acting CE just to make comment.
Yeah, I guess this is where the line between what's operational and what's governance, and I guess when you're so one of the key concepts about zero-based budgeting, why we do it, is that you need to justify things from the ground up, not just build it from the ground up, but also, you know, examine every assumption and what have you. So, you know, that if you wanted to do that with governance oversight, you would be going through tens and tens of thousands of line items. You know, I think that's clearly falls in the operational space, and you know what we do is we get budgets to certain levels where you know we can then bring it to governance so that you can have a sensible conversation. So it's you know we're not going to ask, for instance, how much should we assume we're going to pay for tyre replacements on our fleet, you know, at a line item basis, but we will bring to you, this is how much, you know, we're going to spend on different items of our fleet.
Okay, so if elected members were interested in being involved in a zero-based budget, what would that look like?
I think it would look very much like what we took you through last time. So we built the budgets up to a certain level where it was appropriate to you know have a sensible conversation at a governance level.
Okay, I'll move on. Thank you for those responses. Just moving on to page 47, there was a comment that I didn't completely understand fairly about halfway down in the page where it says, inconsistent attendance at critical meetings led to a narrow voting margins, e.g. 7-8 votes, and made some decisions more vulnerable to reversals or delays. I'm just trying to understand what was being referred to in terms of inconsistent attendance and how inconsistent attendance would lead to a narrow voting margin.
My understanding of that was reference to if it was not full council present, and that meant the margin for majority vote was smaller in some matters, and because of that, as the comment states, it meant that there were some reversals in votes or delays, but as I was not here for those, I couldn't comment on anything further.
Okay. Now, I'm just interested, as someone's already acknowledged quite a few places in the report where there were perhaps comments by elected members that we weren't so keen on the steering committee, where there was just a few elected members to make decisions rather than about the process, rather than the full team of elected members. Can we just get some clarity about the project team versus the steering committee? So I understand from what you said earlier that the project team is just staff. So would a steering committee be elected members? Or?
Yes. So the project team is officer led, and obviously we're taking direction from the chief executive and the council in terms of the way in which the LTP is prepared and delivered. In the last LTP, there wasn't a formal structured steering group, but however, for the previous LTPs, 21, 18, 15, there was a steering group of, my recollection was the mayor, deputy mayor, and then sort of chair of finance and strategy, along with the chief executive, the CFO, the GM strategic planning, and the LTP manager, who would come together regularly to, discuss and guide the project. So that structure was not in place for the 24 LTP, and as I said, there was across staff and officers, there was mixed views about the absence of that steering group.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, are there any further changes other than what's outlined in the next steps on page 52? Are there any other changes being considered for the next LTP outside of those recommendations?
More certainly, we dive into topics in a bit more detail, but those are the focus, and if anything else comes up, we'll engage with the new council on what those would look like if we are proposing any changes.
Okay, so there's been some recent discussion about the potential for limiting elected members' ability to respond to feedback and make decisions towards the end of that process. Is there any consideration or discussion at this point about any change in that regard?
Sorry, what do you mean about limiting?
So some of the discussion following this last annual budget from elected members has included next term wanting to limit the ability for elected members to respond to public feedback and not make changes following that. Is that something that is being considered?
It's so far not something that's been discussed within the team meetings. No.
Okay, thank you, that's good.
Councillor Arbiter.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Grace and David. I'm on page 37, and this is on similar vein to what Councillor Johnson and Barrett have brought up, where it's a statement that says elected members appreciate the volume and transparency of information but felt overwhelmed by format, struggled to engage meaningfully with levels of service and financial information. So my question is, could we use statistics in a statement like that says 67% felt overwhelmed and 33% did not? Because I kind of feel I've been labelled in this statement to say that I felt overwhelmed, when I kind of feel I didn't. So I'm not trying to do a comment there, Mr Mayor, but that whole under 2.8 labels us all that we all felt overwhelmed, and I don't know if
just let the officer. We know what you're going to, Council. We'll just let the officers respond.
I think that just comes back to what would actually be useful in a future report such as this going forward, and either, for example, with qualitative research or a report such as this or the previous debriefs that I reviewed, there's never been reference to a statistical number of how many people supported or didn't. Now, if that's something that would be seen as more valuable going forward, then I think doing something like the survey alongside these interviews would probably give you the information you need to be able to...
Well, as Councillor Johnson said, if we're going to be named, well, not named, but put in this bracket like this, I think if you need a recommendation, we'll put a recommendation up. Thank you, Grace.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask a question. Just in the next steps, you've mentioned that you know, these actions will be reviewed closely by the organization planning team and also the leadership team. From my experience, I think this is my third LTP, if I'm not mistaken. From my experience, there's always been these kind of reports where, you know, we see areas of improvement and the same things are being promised that this is an area that we're going to improve, and this is especially around time frames and everything else. How confident are we that we're going to implement all these things or some of these things to make sure that the process is better and efficient for the next LTP?
I mean, we're already getting started on trying to implement those as much as we can, and we're happy to provide regular feedback to the new council on how we're going against these. Likewise, if there's any other key areas to improve upon. There's always going to be things to improve upon, and a process such as the LTP I don't think can ever be run perfectly or without flaw, so there's always the opportunity to improve. And from the previous one, we've just identified a few key areas where we say that's where we want to focus, and that's where we already are focusing. So I'm quite confident we will be able to at least improve on these things. Whether they get implemented perfectly, I think that's always at least something to try for, but probably not going to happen with something like the LTP.
Cool. Also, you've mentioned a lot about new elected members probably feeling overwhelmed as part of your report. As decision makers, this is very important for the community, and we need to make sure that we are making decisions, well-informed decisions. Now, if you feel in this report that some elected members are not prepared or felt overwhelmed, what sort of mitigating factors or measures will you consider putting in place to ensure that elected members get given priority first, or new elected members given priority to be able to understand this, so that they don't feel overwhelmed, as you've mentioned in your report?
There's already a very strong induction program that is in place and has already been planned out, and hopefully we'll make sure there's an opportunity to talk to the LTP, to new elected members as part of that, and we'll be able to hopefully reference what the project plan is looking like to all of council as well, so that we can highlight some of those areas where there was concern. For example, when decisions at what point new information or feedback can be given so that it can be incorporated into decisions. With having a robust project plan quite early, hopefully we can start to mitigate some of those. But yeah, there definitely is a strong induction program that's been developed from the governance team for new elected members.
I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Grace and David. Just a query on the bottom of page 38, just above 2.9, it talks about challenges and areas for improvement. There was a strong support for appointing a dedicated project manager to lead the LTP process. And I was thinking, is that a criticism of what currently happens, that it's not happening? I would have thought a team of people over this is better than just one. So I would have thought more heads around the table looking at this, because it's not the first time that the council has done an LTP. Where did that come from?
It's certainly not to say it's not a massive collaborative effort. It was more just a reference that having somebody focused on leading the project through that in a big group as well, and having it that the project team and collaborating across the organisation is still really key, but just having also somebody who is dedicated to leading the project, which is what the new organisational planning and performance team, myself and Courtney, will be doing.
So, did that come from elected members, or was that an internal staff recommendation or assumption?
I believe that part came from elected members, but it likewise came up with staff as a bigger area of concern around the project planning. Decisions made out of it in terms of my role and my team with Courtney. I mean, I don't know exactly the root of those.
Yes, certainly. I can only speak for some of the conversations that have occurred at the officer level, as opposed to feedback from elected members. But there's been, you know, in developing the organisational planning and performance function, which Grace and Courtney now work with, and there was some conversation about whether or not we treat the LTP like a capital project and just have a dedicated project manager, versus, so you'll all recall Andrew Boyle. He was here for a number of years. He was responsible for leading and managing, project managing the LTP, but he did a whole lot of work within the LTP as well, as opposed to just focusing on project management. So there's kind of two ways you can look at this. One is you have someone dedicated to project management and that's all they do, or you have somebody that's responsible for project management, but they're also working within the team, and that's where we've landed with the organisational planning and performance team, which is I guess building on the historical way we've led the project that Andrew did for many years. So Grace is responsible for managing the LTP, but she will also have tasks within in terms of preparing documents, assisting with consultation, all those sorts of things.
Thank you. With regards to the design and the presentation of information and data within this report, is it moderated? Is the design moderated and the data moderated by someone outside of those who have written it?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by the design. It went through SLT prior to coming to council. And SLT were given the opportunity to provide feedback, and that feedback was incorporated into the report.
I suppose I just want to know if what we're presented with is best practice currently around councils around the country, given that some of the councillors have raised concerns about the ambiguity around the comments made.
Yeah, I guess what I would say to this is, the LTP debrief is about reflecting on and improving each LTP cycle. I think what we can also do is reflect on and look at how we improve the LTP debrief process. And certainly what I'm hearing today is, I think, come 2027, when we start another LTP debrief process, potentially combining qualitative and quantitative feedback into that process. So we maybe have to develop a survey that we can actually present some quantifiable data in terms of elected members' perception. And Grace has touched on that a little bit already with the challenge of a qualitative report versus a quantitative. Yeah.
Oh, Kapa, thank you. And did elected, forgive me if I missed this when I was reading it, but did elected members say that they wanted mentors, or was that an assumption that they should have mentors?
From memory, I mean, I think there were comments surrounding if there had been previously that had been implemented, or I'd need to find exactly what was written here. It's been a few months since I actually read those interview notes, but from memory it was either it had previously been used at council, or but that it was found valuable having a dedicated mentor to ask questions of, was my understanding. But I would just need to double check that one.
That's fine, Grace, thank you. My last question is, it's been raised by several people, is it going to be a hardship to put percentage in there so that we can see how we're represented in this, given that it wasn't 100% surveys catchment?
It wouldn't be in future to do something like that. It just gets reflected into the design. Likewise, I think there could be, in terms of capturing that information, in case it needed to be handed over, I think there are some improvements with, for example, transcribing verbatim what's actually discussed, so that it is easy to reflect the conversations and you're not relying on note-taking. So there are ways to improve the methodology going forward, and as David said, there could be a a debrief on the debrief of how we improve that.
Thank you very much. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, are we all done? Well done. Thank you, Grace. You have been very generous with your time there, thank you. So, colleagues, we've got a recommendation to council. I'm just wary of time, and we've got another important topic to go before morning tea with external people here. So, recommendation to council. Council received the memo titled LTP 2434 Debrief, presented to council today, 6th of August 2025. I'll move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Look, colleagues, I do think we're giving ourselves a bit of an uppercut here. We did reasonably well to produce an LTP. I remind you that some councils couldn't, and we were dealt with quite a difficult bunch of cards with waters, with earthquake-prone buildings, with all sorts of issues around us. So it was difficult. We had Grace has come into this role. She's inherited it, so I want to go a little bit easy on, rather than shooting the messenger. You've done it very well. I sort of sympathise with some of the commentary around. There was one or two strong views, which were very obvious in some of the feedback, and perhaps those percentages. There might be 10% of elected members feel this way, rather than it being all of us. And there was views that were on all sides of the fence. I think it isn't inherited interviews. It is a historical report. I think we've got to take that into context, but it's how that informs us going forward. Timing was pretty consistent. We all had issues with the timing of it. There was, where elected members, especially newer elected members, they couldn't quite understand where they fit in. That was obvious that some of you felt that you didn't quite know where to come into the system. So there's that part of the process could be improved. And also the public, where they fit in. The prioritisation process was another thing that came out. We've had, we've had 4 of these, and we've done it differently, and we've just got to work out what is the best. And how do we structure the process? I believe we should have a LTP manager that steers the project with those people in behind from the whole organisation. Otherwise, you will reap what you sow, and it could be all over the place. So I do think the next LTP will be in a much better starting point. We have a dedicated person that can steer the project. Waters will be out of it, so that will be a major for us. There will be a clearer path for earthquake-prone buildings as well, which is another thing for us. Some of our smaller projects, buildings will have been started, and we'll know exactly where we're heading with some of our bigger projects. And we'll have hopefully a clearer understanding of what the government is doing, or in some cases actually not doing, and we'll know where the axe is falling on, dare I say that word, rate caps, and what that means. And that will come back to the elephant in the room around levels of service. So if there is rate capping, we will have to stop some stuff, and some quite major stuff. So that will be the elephant in the room. But thanks, Grace. It's given us I feel like we're in a better starting point now than we were the last time. So thank you for that work. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just preface my comments by saying, I appreciate that Grace came into the role after the interviews were done and was left with some notes from which to create the report from. But having said that, I remain unhappy with a lot of what is written in the report, both in the language that's been used, in the vagueness of some of the comments, and also in what I perceive to be one-sided comments around, I guess, aspects of the LTP. So, I expressed, this paper, I think, was due to come to us previously and then got pushed onto another agenda, so this isn't our first look at it. I have expressed these comments already to the GM of Planning. But having said that, I think we probably should be focusing on the actions that come out of it rather than the comments themselves. And certainly, I think there's some valuable actions in the next steps. In terms of the LTP process, whether or not we're here for the next one, I think it is important that we go through the debrief process and come up with recommendations for the next council on how things could be improved. And obviously, no one LTP is going to please everybody. But I think, reflecting back on the process itself, it was a particularly difficult LTP, and possibly the most difficult one that I've been involved in, for a number of reasons, not the least of which I think was the change of government halfway through. But in terms of the report itself, I just remain dissatisfied with the way elected members have been characterised in it, which I feel doesn't reflect certainly on my experience. So I won't be supporting that we receive it as a protest. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, colleagues. Yeah, I think, Grace, we probably handed you a bit of a hospital pass to start with, to be honest, in terms of needing to work with some data that you didn't have first-hand access to the richness of those conversations, or lack of richness of those conversations, and perhaps in some cases better leave things unsaid if they're not in a position where we can actually quantify or properly weight them. But do very much concur with the concerns that were raised by Councillor Johnson and Wood. I think the risk of using a process review to take one more chance to relitigate everything is quite real, as we can see. And the risk of that feedback then being quite awkwardly portrayed is also quite real, and one that we then have to deal with. But unlike Councillor Johnson, I am prepared to endorse the report, primarily for the fact that I think that where it gets to, in terms of the recommendations, are useful, provided we keep our eyes open in terms of what is coming around the next bend. And I would say that from what I can see, all signs point to the next LTP being like none other. Yes, the last one was tough. The next one, if everything that's coming at us actually lands, is going to be hellish. I was at the LGNZ conference in Otatahi with Councillor Michelad here and with the Chief Executive. Quite apparent that central government does see us as a problem to be solved via a fiscal and scope curtailment. And that will have significant implications in terms of this. One of the key things that they're warming up is a rates cap. The minister made two promises at the conference. One of them was that he would be consulting with the local government sector on the rates cap policy. The other one was that it would be done by Christmas. It appears that he may have forgotten that there is an election on the way. But look, that rates cap, if implemented, would fundamentally reshape how we need to think about and approach a long-term plan process, conversation with the community, and how we might then respond to the community need and aspiration that would come through there. So very happy with the recommendations, provided that we are prepared to take an approach that is appropriate for whatever form of rates intervention comes to us centrally. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Zabellan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that the key thing that I took away from the report was how incredibly difficult and stressful it was for staff to undertake an LTP and a complete organisational operating systems changeover simultaneously. I just feel like that needs a mention, because that did come through really strongly in this report, and whatever we were dealing with as elected members, the officers were dealing with that and the changeover as well. What a time. But we got through it, and now we have a really sensible list of ways to improve the process next time, which I'm really happy with. And I am confident that we will have capacity for that, because we won't have a systemic overhaul happening at the same time. So thanks very much for a very comprehensive report.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really pleased this report has come to the full council meeting. It had originally come to our audit and assurance meeting but didn't get fitted in. So I do think it's something that needs to be considered by all of us. And I think it's a really valuable
summary of feedback from elected members and staff, and I don't share the concerns that some have raised about what was included and what wasn't. What we can say from reading this report, that everything in it was said by somebody, and it does give us a collection of views, which I think is really valuable. I think the recommendations that are outlined on page 52 are really useful, and a lot of the observations that were made throughout the report I totally concur with, particularly around timing of meetings, particularly around timing of perhaps us addressing things like fees and charges, perhaps the level of focus on the capital programs as opposed to the operational programs, and many other observations which I think are really useful for us to help inform how we might go forward into another LTP. I think in addition to that, I do want to make a couple of comments which I don't believe have been captured in here, but my observations, one of the flaws of the last two LTPs in my view was the decision to assume that everything was in unless it was voted by a majority to take it out. And what that actually meant for this last LTP, that we do have some things now currently in our LTP that haven't got a majority view to be in there. And I think for me that's a huge flaw. That I recognise that's the Mayor's decision in terms of how he manages that process. But for me, that was highlighted after the last LTP and acknowledged by many that should be done differently for this LTP. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The biggest surprise for me in reading this report was the amount of times that a zero-based budget was referred to. And that came as a real shock to me as an elected member who engaged very strongly and thoroughly with this process. I was not aware that we had engaged with what is called a zero-based budget. And it was good to have the clarification from staff this morning that that's simply the staff's process, not the elected members' process. I certainly would be interested, if re-elected and if I have the benefit of going through that process again, I'd be really interested in council going through an elected member directed zero-based budget where we actually say, let's start from scratch, not with the little bits, not the tyres on the car, etc., but a real look at levels of service. The feedback from our community is often telling us that we're just trying to do too much and it's not in line with their expectations. So whatever legislation may or may not happen in the coming years, whether that's rate caps or whatever, I think we need some additional mechanisms so that we can realistically respond to community feedback. There has been some murmurings about wanting to do things differently going forward by some elected members about, in response to last year's annual budget, suggesting that we shouldn't be making changes at the end after we've consulted with our community. That is a huge concern to me, and if that is the intention of the Mayor or any elected members, I think that should be made known at this point, because that would be a huge shift to our democratic process where we go into a process and genuinely listen to community feedback and then make decisions. I do just want to quickly take this opportunity to acknowledge the huge work from staff throughout that process. I know it was a huge amount of hours. In reflection of the visibility that elected members have on the operational budgets, I do wonder if we had better clarity of operational budgets, whether that would reduce the number of questions that needed to be asked. Often elected members were having to ask questions that should have been able to be easily found by looking at in a budget or in a document. So good reflections to think about how we can do things differently. I certainly agree that elected members need to all make a decision about the process. I wouldn't support a steering group like what has happened previously, where elected members didn't really know how we got to a decision about what the process was going to look like, that was made by a select 3 or 4 people. So,
sorry, Councillor, we're way over your speaking time.
I'm pretty much
Thank
finished.
you. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to also
probably add my voice to this conversation. Look, I'm happy to support this. I'm not going to protest over this. But I just want to, first of all, thank staff for the work that they've done around this. Personally, I think for me, look, I also share the same sentiment expressed by some of my colleagues around the way elected members have been characterized in this report. I mean, if I was a layperson reading this report out there in the community, I'll be concerned to read some of the stuff around elected members feeling not prepared or not making the best decision that they can because they felt that the process was rushed, or they just felt overwhelmed by the amount of information that they had coming to them. But I'm also encouraged by some of the areas of improvement that have been identified in the report, and I hope for me personally that the next steps actually outlined in this report will address many of the gaps identified to ensure that the next LTP is efficient and that elected members actually feel supported in this process as well, and they feel like they're making the best decision based on well-considered, or they feel like they're supported in this space and ensure that they are prepared and making the best considered decision when going through this process, as opposed to feeling like their decisions or they're being rushed to make certain decisions. So I'm happy to support this report, and I just want to thank also staff for the work that they've done on this. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. First, on some of the issues that have come up from elected members, I don't agree that there are some things in the long-term plan that don't have a majority support. That's the point of voting for the LTP. There are elements in that some people agree to and some people don't. There are some things that come through from officers and maybe don't get debated, but at the end of the day, we vote for or against the LTP, and that's a majority view. I'm also deeply concerned about the idea that's come up that we would change our process to not allow changes post-consultation. I don't think that's not something I've heard at all in our process. In fact, I recall a rather heated debate about that being the very nature of our last annual budget debate, that things could come up at the very last minute with no pre-consultation. That is the nature of the process that we're in. I don't hear anybody suggesting that that should change, whether we like the things that come up or, as in that case, don't. But the reason I wanted to comment now on this report is, as others have done, to thank staff for the huge amount of work that goes into every LTP. And I know we do that in that process, but for me, this report brought home the stress and anxiety and workload issues that land on our staff in this process. And the process last LTP, where so much of that stress and anxiety was coming at us from outside of this chamber and our decision-making processes, I really do appreciate the very dedicated approach of our staff to getting us the best information that they could in some really constrained time frames. I'm particularly pleased with the recommendations for next steps that have been brought forward. You'll have gathered from my questions, and probably it's no surprise to any of you, I always think we probably can do more in our early consultation with community to bring forward the concerns and opportunities that are there. I think if there are community requests for funding, particularly in the asset space, that would be better gathered early and included in our consultation material so that the community has an opportunity to give feedback on that. And I'm particularly pleased, and I know our Manager of Communications, Liv, has mentioned this before, that we're going to be looking to create an 18-month consultation diary. I think we've all referenced over the last few years the consultation fatigue, maybe in comparison with central government. Your local government has consultation requirements and we take it really seriously, and we don't just announce that we'll consult but do it anyway. So it's great for us to have a long-term view, or medium-term view at least maybe, of what consultation is coming down the track, so we can think about how we work with our community to make that meaningful and to give them the best chance possible to have their voice heard. So in very general terms, I'm really pleased to receive this memorandum. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief because I know it's been a long debate. I just thought I'd clarify that from my questions and my concern with the way this report's been written, I am not suggesting I want some framework where we have 4% of elected members said this and 38 said this. My only concern is just the way it's been written, and a language change would be very easy to implement when it implies that all elected members agreed to something when, for example, on page 38 where it says elected members urge greater realism, including scrutiny of contracts and more disciplined prioritisation, the prioritisation is done by elected members of the chamber. So if you wanted more of it, that implies that the majority of elected members didn't agree with you. And so it can't possibly be the view of all elected members that they thought the prioritisation was wrong, because that's what's done by majority. So the way it's written doesn't work very well, because it implies that all elected members felt a certain way. And I know that seems pedantic, but when you've got things in here that say all elected members felt overwhelmed, or certainly the implication that that was the case, all elected members and all new elected members didn't know when to feed into the process and felt unprepared and couldn't do it. There were moments where I felt, oh, actually I should have done something at the last meeting. It doesn't mean I felt grossly unprepared for the whole process. It's an area of improvement, not an area of that I couldn't engage in the entire long-term plan. And that is my concern, because if you're a member of the public that reads this and goes, oh, I'm not sure if council doing a good job, and then they read, oh, well, elected members felt they weren't prepared to engage and were overwhelmed, didn't have the information, it paints a poor picture. And so I am not blaming our officers. I appreciate it was based off notes. Perhaps we should have re-interviewed elected members after there was a change start. I don't know what the correct answer is, but given it wasn't based off the interviews, my concern is that it just should have been written far more carefully in being clear that that is not the view of all elected members. I don't disagree with the fiscal views that are expressed in here, but I'm well aware that they don't represent the fiscal views of all elected members, and I was very surprised when it says, all elected members want a zero-based budget. Well, I think that'd be great, but I appreciate that's not going to be the view of all councillors, or quite possibly even the majority of councillors, and that's not fair. And so, although Councillor Johnson and I may disagree on a lot of it, I actually quite strongly agree with her that I didn't feel this reflected the views that I've heard from Councillor Johnson or other councillors in the chamber, and it does feel a bit like it's expressing my side of the story, which I'm not unhappy about, but it's not fair. The only other thing I want to note is that the biggest problem I had with the long-term plan process, and we all remember that day, and I feel like it doesn't get talked about enough, where we got told, oh, you've got to find 350 million in the budgets. And I remember sitting there going, well, I'm new, I must just not be understanding something here. How can that possibly be the case? And we made what I would suggest on reflection, now knowing what we know, was some poor decisions around infrastructure funding in the context that we had to find that much money that were then never revisited. And so my strongest piece of feedback going into the next long-term plan is please, please do not put the next council, whoever they may be, in that position, because that leads to some really poor outcomes.
All right, I don't want to prolong it either. Just very quickly, the most important part of this is page 52 and the next steps. So that, out of anything, that's the next part. Look, we've got very different views around the table around who's governance and who's management, and understanding our roles and obviously the process of the LTP. But like Councillor Wood said, I want to thank the staff too for the work, because it has been quite a difficult period. I don't think it's been all bad at all, and just for the work to date as well. Thank you, Grace. The next term's going to be very, very interesting. All right, we will vote. That has passed 13 votes for and 1 against. Right, we'll move through to number 10 and then we'll do a break. I just want to acknowledge Hugo Ellis, who's sat in the chamber. Hugo, put you off becoming an elected member. Anyway, number 10 is our RAS, our Ratepayer Assistance Scheme memo, and invite Hugo and our Finance GM, Cameron Mackay, to the table, please. Page 55 of your papers, councillors.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. Nice to be back in the chamber, I'm sure. Firstly, I just want to take a moment to introduce Hugo to my left here, who's from Cameron Partners. They've been a key advisor and heavily involved in the development of the RES to date, along with a number of large metro councils, LGFA and LGNZ. So he's here to help if there's any questions and things. Just how we got here. So we were approached around about the end of May around an opportunity to explore contributing to this Ratepayer Assistance Scheme, or RAS as it's known as. The project requires from local authorities about additional $2.5 million to do the final development stage before a go or no-go decision is able to be made on whether to implement the RES. What it is it's essentially a funding and financing tool that allows ratepayers to borrow at low financing costs and enables councils to get the money in their accounts up front rather than sitting as debtors or what have you, consuming capacity on councils' books. The reason it can achieve a low interest rate compared to what would be achieved by these groups of people through a bank is because essentially it works similar to LGFA. It has a security because of the ability to collect rates. It's fairly, I imagine it's going to be fairly narrow to its use for specific things that are primarily related to council, and so it's seen as lower risk than the broader loan book that a bank would hold. The use is identified to date through this primarily for things like deferred DCs or development levies, and so if you recall, even through our long-term plan around some of our growth challenges and funding growth, development contributions aren't payable necessarily to council until sometimes after the fact that the infrastructure's gone in the ground. Well, we had conversations around things like developer agreements and so forth to help upfront fund the infrastructure. This could provide a tool that would help with that, particularly because the cost of borrowing would be a lower rate and it would be tagged to the land that's being developed. Rates postponement, although we don't have any cases here currently, it's seen as a tool that could offer that if that need arose in the future, and certainly there are situations around the country where people are taking reverse mortgages and like. This would be a much lower cost if that's something that appealed to a person. And there's the team are investigating potential for some scope of property improvement loans, so that's still being teased out through this final development phase. In terms of the $2.5 million that they need for this final development phase, the group have been talking with a number of larger councils, metros and larger district councils, particularly those with growth type challenges and that sort of thing, and to date I think the last that I heard they have actually got $2.5 million from across the sector so far, which shows that the sector is seeing supporting this, and that the contributions have ranged from around $200,000 through to $500,000 across the councils for this final phase. In terms of if council chose to support a contribution to this, this would be unbudgeted. It would be effectively an unbudgeted loan at this point. That's not to say that we won't look for opportunities to offset that, but I can't point you to that just at the moment. But what it would end up being is if the RAS was to proceed past the development phase and working with government and it proceeds to being a thing, that would essentially translate to an investment. Obviously, there is the risk that if it doesn't proceed, then that 250,000 becomes an expense because it's an investigative piece. So, depending on the decision, if the RAS proceeds to actually being established, there would be a further opportunity for councils across the sector, if they so wished, to invest as a shareholder into the RAS. This is similar to how LGFA was established back when that was formed by the sector and for the sector. So in terms of council, in terms of PNCC, if it was to, I guess, contribute at this stage, I guess some of the things that we gain by doing so is that we are supporting a tool that is got potential to help with some of the challenges that the sector as a whole faces around funding and financing, but also it gives us the opportunity to have input into the project group in terms of shaping the final development piece, and I think that could be something that is of use. In terms of modelling that Cameron Partners have been doing to date, and there is examples overseas. I think British Columbia has a very similar scheme in place. The scheme would require a loan book of around 700 million to break even, but modelling on the conservative side, they believe that the actual initial investment to set this up would be paid back roughly in 8 years' time. So anything beyond that would become investment of proceeds to the shareholders if it goes as per modelled by Cameron Partners. And just before I pass it over, I'll just see if Hugo's got anything further he wants to add.
Nothing. It's a very good summary. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen. Hugo, just one question from me. Like the LGFA, there's obviously been a fair bit of due diligence in this already to get to this stage. I suppose the likelihood of this going forward and getting established is what, high, pretty high, or it's a 50-50?
We'd like to think it's on the high side. Obviously, it requires central government support as well as local government support. The fact that we've got 7 funding councils to date, and Palmerston North's considering joining, is a good sign that local government sees merit in the scheme. And part of the frustrations of the process we've been through is that we've been seeking government support for some years now. We've finally got a minister who's prepared to sort of promote this as a priority, and that's what the Minister for Local Government has done. He's sent us a letter to that effect. So we're feeling much more confident than we have in the past that government is prepared to see this through. Of course, there's no guarantees.
Yeah, and I suppose, Cameron, it's aimed at the development and commercial ratepayers as well, isn't it?
I think there's a broad scope of use, but primarily the benefit that I see in particular is in supporting development and growth, and having a scheme that would enable the funding to get these growth areas underway.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Number of questions. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, team. A couple of questions from me. The second part of the recommendation that Council would approve this contribution being paid or funded from unbudgeted borrowing. I'm just trying to understand the difference between this as a grant and other grants that we've made in the past in terms of being able to utilise borrowing versus it being an operational expense from the get-go. Probably more a question for Cam. Is it because that it would end up as an asset at the end of the day that we would then have in our books versus, for example, Centrepoint, if we give them 200,000, it's a grant that we don't then build an asset out of? Is that the difference in this?
Yeah, there's a couple of parts to your question, councillor. The first is, yes, the idea is that this would convert into a asset on the balance sheet if it proceeds past this development phase. Secondly, because we are within a financial period, there isn't necessarily other operating revenue that could be raised to that quantum at this point in time. So, that's the secondary part to that.
All right. On page 59.3.13, my understanding is that with the LGFA we get rates that are 1 to 2% less than the commercial borrowing rate. This here says that we would be offering interest rates 4 to 5% lower than what's offered commercially. That does seem remarkable. How is that possible when that doesn't, to my understanding, isn't what we experience through the LGFA?
I'll start, and if Hugo wants to add, he can. So that's so sorry. Was that 3.13 specifically? Yeah. So that's working. Talking about reverse mortgages in particular, and they are at a higher rate of interest.
That makes sense. All right. And my last question was, I'm quite keen on the scheme. I've got views on how the intricacies of it might work, and I appreciate that's not something we're discussing today. How, if we are to proceed with this as a seed funding council, it said that we would have an opportunity to feed into the rules and way in which it operates. From an elected member perspective, how will that look to us? Will there be a paper that comes to council? Will we be part of workshops? How does that work?
Perhaps I can start the answer. I can only really talk to the process we're going through with the steering group. It's how, the second part may be answered by Cam in terms of how the steering group would interact with the council specifically. But we've got a really tight timetable, and we've got a lot of work to cover. So we've developed a detailed work plan, which we've divided into 11 work streams. The steering group councils, which are the funding councils, have expressed an interest to be heavily involved in the decision making. Our experience has indicated it's really hard to get everyone across all the issues. So instead we've allocated, or councils have effectively put their hands up to be involved in the different various work streams, and we've allocated various work streams to those councils. And then, so the process is that the work stream groups effectively identify the issues for each work stream, come up with options to address those issues, and then ultimately a recommendation which they will then take to the steering group, which is all of the funding councils. The funding councils will then make the decision on what the structure is going to be going forward. And then I'm not sure how that gets feedback into councils for decisions.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of parts. One is if we're involved in the steering group aspect of this, if there are particular points, we'll have them in mind as we're involved in that. But also, yes, we would be bringing something back based on the outcomes of those groups, so you're aware of how that's progressing.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Barrett.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. Just in general, the safeguards that are in place within the RAS as is being drafted up for people that are already in significant levels of debt?
That is part of one of the work streams is setting the criteria to be able to apply and be approved to borrow through the RAS.
So there would be safeguards?
There will be safeguards on different products. The criteria will be different for different products.
Great, thanks. Can I just understand with this initial steering group how we missed out on being in the initial steering group and why we're only kind of coming in on lap 2?
So the RAS process has been underway for a long time. Initially it was Auckland, Hamilton, Tauranga, Wellington and Christchurch, so sort of the larger metros. I can't really recall exactly why that group was brought together. My thinking was that it was we had sufficient funding from that group to get the work done, so we didn't need to go wider. Whereas now, one of the requirements from central government is that we demonstrate the interest across the sector, and so that's why the net's been thrown wider. That being said, I understand that LGNZ's only really gone to the metro group, it hasn't gone beyond that at this stage.
I'll just get the acting CEs back.
Yeah, thank you, Hugo. Yeah, I can add a bit more clarity here. I did get a call from Murdo Beatty 2 or 3 years ago, raising this with us, and we did get invited to participate at that point, but at that point, I think we decided we would sort of wait and see, and so that's why we're in round 2.
Thanks. When you say we decided, that was who made that decision?
That was the chief executive at the time.
Okay, thanks. That's understood then. So when we talk about input into that steering group now in 6.6, like, what does that mean? We'll actually have a seat? Will the steering group expand, or what's going to happen?
The steering group is limited to the funding councils, and it's 1 seat, 1 vote. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you. Just want to know a little bit more about the risk appetite for this organisation going forward.
From our point of view, we want to make it as low risk as possible, and that way it can achieve a really high credit rating and raise financing at really low rates. So that's certainly the lens we're putting on it. And we're aiming for the highest credit rating possible, in line with the LGFA and central government. So it needs to have a very low risk profile.
So who will underwrite it?
It's got the way it's structured, it's very much modelled on the LGFA. So there's levels of liquidity and solvency protection throughout the structure, including the ultimate backstop being a modified joint and several guarantee from the local authorities that are using the RAS.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just a question around, a further question around recommendation 2. The last part that says that or expensed if the scheme is not established. When you say expensed, am I correct that that just means that that money would be lost as an operational expense?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yeah, what it means is that if an asset, i.e. an investment asset, doesn't eventuate, then it would have to be written off as an expense through the P&L. That's what it means. So through, as an operating expense, yes.
An operating expense. So could that mean a deficit then for this year?
Potentially, depending on how the council as a whole progresses through the year.
Okay. So in 6.3 on page 63, talks about those councils that have already raised that 2.5 million, and it basically says that our council's contribution will not necessarily be required to enable the next stage of development. So given that, and given the risk of that money having to be lost as an operational expense if it doesn't progress, why have officers opted to recommend a $250,000 contribution as opposed to a lower amount?
Through Mr Mayor, I guess ultimately whatever the contribution is an elected member decision, but looking at the councils that have contributed to date, and looking at where we are size comparatively, I've looked at it from that perspective and went for the lower end of the range of amounts that have been contributed. Basically, that's what we've used.
So
today.
if if we decided today to perhaps say put a $100,000 contribution forward, would that limit any of the benefits that are outlined in our involvement that are outlined on the next page under 6.6?
It's a shame that Scott's not here. He could probably answer that better. I think there was an expectation that there was a minimum amount that would be provided from councils, get a seat at the table and have a 1 seat, 1 vote.
Sorry, I didn't catch the first thing you said. It's a shame that what?
Scott Neckland from LGNZ is not here. He's actually coordinating the funding. We're sort of outside of that.
So is there a minimum amount? Or are you saying there isn't?
Well, I suspect there is a minimum amount. I think it was up until Friday last week, the minimum amount had been $250,000 that had been provided by councils. Queenstown Lakes joined last Friday, and they are contributing $200,000.
So those cities that are outlined in
6.3, most of them are quite a lot larger than Palmerston North. So so are you, is the decision basically
Sorry, councillor,
up
could I
to-
just get the CE, acting CE to comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, look, I think this is the minimum amount for Palmerston North City. I mean, it needs to be commensurate with the size. We can't put something, small into this pot and then expect a seat at the table. So I think this is the minimum amount that we should be putting up as Palmerston North.
So what's your basis for thinking that?
Because I think at the end of the day, look, if we said here's a little bit, I'd quite frankly, I think it would be embarrassing. We would be expecting a say, and I don't think that would be reasonable. And I think we've got to be reasonable in terms of what we do in this situation. There's an opportunity here, for us to be on the inside and to have a say in how it's worked. And I think we're going to have to pay a way for that.
Okay, my next question relates to the third component of what's being offered here, being the rates postponement. And I'm just wondering what the exclusions are. I think in the workshop there was an age exclusion. Is that still the case? And what's the age?
That's part of the work streams that are underway to actually determine what the criteria will be to qualify for rates postponement.
And what's the current criteria?
The current thinking is that there would be an age limit.
And what's the age?
The precedent that we're following or we're looking to at the moment is British Columbia, where it's 55 plus.
Okay, and if that has progressed as outlined, what would there be anything for a family or a household in our community who are struggling to pay their rates, who may be in their 30s or 40s? Would there be anything in the RAS that would be helpful for them?
Those sort of cohorts within the community, they're being identified and considered as part of the process.
In what way are they being considered?
So there's a work stream that's looking at specifically rates postponement, and one of the key issues that they need to address is the criteria to qualify for a rates postponement.
So is there consideration of under 55-year-olds being included?
Yes, there is.
And has the financial modelling been done to see if there would be enough equity in an average person's house for them to borrow against, what they need for rates for their whole lifetime if they started at a younger age, say 30?
There will be an equity requirement, so that's it's just one of the criteria. It's pretty difficult to try and model what a specific sort of cohort, what their level of equity might be. The way we have modelled it, though, is we've looked at the precedent provided by British Columbia, where 4% of households in British Columbia use the rates postponement.
How many percent, sorry?
4% of households.
Four. And just final question is, if we don't proceed with this today, will that make any difference to this potentially going ahead, given that the necessary 2.5 million has already been gained from those other cities?
The work is going ahead. It's going ahead now. I guess what's important is that the sector supports it. So the more support we can get, the better. The approach that we're taking with the funding that's received is because there's effectively oversubscriptions. The amount that's used is used on a pro rata basis. So for any surplus funds, in the event that the project didn't proceed, would be returned to the councils. Just noting also that the 2.5 included a 20% contingency, so we're still expecting to come in below the 2.5. We've currently got 3.1 that's been committed from the 7 funding councils.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As soon as I hear the words reverse mortgage, my back goes up quite bad. Reverse mortgages at the moment are going somewhere between 9 and 12%. You're saying that you'll keep it at 4 to 5%. Now, is that a guarantee, or is that just what you're dreaming of?
No, we're saying that the funding rate should be 4 to 5% below what a reverse mortgage is at.
Okay.
So the rate that the RAS intends to charge is whatever it raises its financing at, plus a 1% margin.
Okay. So if someone on fixed income, like someone on super, goes into the system, and they're not going to be able to pay it back because they're on the fixed income, so it's going to sit there. And year on year, they're going to have to borrow more, aren't they?
If they, for example, just borrowed for 1 year, they postponed 1 year of rates, and they didn't repay that amount until say 10 years, then they would be accruing interest throughout that period. Correct.
So will there be a limit on how much they can borrow?
We're expecting there'll be an equity ratio that will be tested. So how much equity they have in their property relative to the value of the property, and so every year the equity ratio will be tested, and if they comply with that, then they can effectively postpone that year's rates.
Okay, so at that stage where they reach the value of their property, what happens then?
They can't postpone any more rates.
And they can't pay their rates, we just take the house off them.
I guess that's the situation now, correct? If they can't pay their rates, then the house gets ultimately. I mean, it's very unusual, I think, for the council to ever step in and force a sale, but that is the ultimate solution.
Yeah, it worries me because today people are living longer. They old.
So councillor, maybe that's a comment.
All right. Okay.
Yep. Good. Thank you, Councillor Dennison.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll get that out. We have our own remission and postponement policy now. Can I understand how actively used our postponement scheme is inquired?
Yeah, I don't believe it's something that's been taken up at this current point in time by anyone.
Okay. And the scope of the RAS, doing the home improvements and the DCs, is that just a given that work will continue? Can we have influence in the scope by being a partner at the table?
Absolutely. I think it's fair to say the support is widespread for rates postponement and deferred DCs. Property improvement loans is more contentious.
Yeah.
So we're doing a lot of work, and it has different requirements. It's likely to be treated differently from a regulatory point of view. It may also, because property improvement loans is much more like a bank type product, it may potentially jeopardise tax exemption, which is what we're thinking. So there's a whole lot of issues around property improvement loans that need to be highlighted to the steering group when the steering group makes that decision.
Okay. I'm happy with that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. That's the questions done. I appreciate you staying here and answering those important questions, Hugo, and thank you for your contribution to this process, and also to LGFA, which I know you're an architect of, so thank you. All right, colleagues, we've got the recommendations to Council around the RAS, the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme. One is around Council approving making a contribution of $250,000 to support the final development of the RAS, being proposed by LGNZ, with any further funding subject to further Council decisions. 2, that Council approve this contribution being funded from unbudgeted borrowings, and notes that this contribution will either be capitalised into shares should the RAS be established, or expensed if the scheme is not established. 3, that Chief Executive reports to Council on progress of the development of the RAS and next steps. I'm happy to move those 3, seconded by Councillor Wood. Look, colleagues, I'll keep this brief, but I think this is a bit around sector leadership. Oh gosh, do we need that at the moment? It's absolutely necessary from a New Zealand Inc., a local government perspective. I just want to point to what the work that has happened in the LGFA, the Local Government Funding Agency. This council was a foundation shareholder in that. We took probably a bigger risk then in being part of that, and look at the benefits we have got from that scheme. This is different, but we have to be inside the tent, we get a seat at the table, and most of all, you influence. And that's I think really important. Look, a lot of work's been done. I have real confidence in the people around the table and Hugo's team and what they've delivered previously. And, there's always a risk, but there's a very, very strong likelihood that this will succeed. So why would Palmerston North be involved? Well, one, I think this is our main number one reason, is it supports development growth. I could see that as being our number one, or people being able to use that. And the pressures that are on us, we know what we're going under, our development community and commercial community as well. But also it gives another tool for just normal residents that might be in a position where they need this assistance. As we know, reverse mortgages are there, but by gosh, do they take their pound of flesh, which Councillor Finlay was talking to. So look, I hope you can support this. I think, again, appreciate being brought forward to us. It's something we probably should have joined a couple of years ago, but we understand it wasn't brought to us by former management. But look, we're in this place now. Let's make the right decision, move forward, and have a seat at the table. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just along the lines that you have spoken to, I'm very happy to support this. I think for the development community that are crying out for ways in which to help that community to assist in terms of funding. So I'm very happy to support it. 250 as a start. I know that could potentially, I don't know if it could increase costs, but at this stage, 250 to get if we can get onto the table, I think is a really good way forward. And then we'll find out from there how we can move forward. So very happy to support this initiative. So thank you for bringing it to the table.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to say, I think this is an excellent idea for us to get involved at this stage for two key reasons. One is that we get to be involved in decision making in terms of setting up this organisation and having influence over the criteria. And if we don't do that at this stage and we play it safe and we go, oh, well, we'll wait and we'll see where they get to in 5 years' time, it potentially doesn't look like the organisation that we'd want to be a part of. And so I think it's much better for us to have a seat around the table. I have thoughts and concerns about exactly what the rates postponement looks like around criteria for access and all those things. But the only way you make a change is if you're inside the tent rather than being outside the tent, as we all well know. The other side of it is the short-term benefit and the development of shares if this program is to go ahead, but also the long-term return that after 8 years' time, Council will get to make a decision whether or not, and we'll be at that table to make a decision on whether or not we either get a return for our community from those shares or we further lower the benefits in terms of interest rates that we then pass on to the community in terms of those DCs, rate postponements and property improvement loans. And so I think that it is useful for us to look at it not just as something that we're setting up for the next 3 or 5 or 10 years, but what will this look like in terms of the benefits that we're able to offer back to our community by having a share in the organisation in the long run. I think the development contributions part is excellent. My key driver probably is more along the rates postponement line of things. I have real concern and real sympathy for those who are on fixed incomes who have a large asset base but a low cash flow and their ability to then use that. And so either many people in our community, particularly those accessing the pension, are faced with the choice that either they have to sell their home and use that capital in their old age, or they get to stay in their home, utilise this scheme. And I think absolutely there should be criteria around how much leverage a person can use. We don't want people getting to 100%, but if it's set at 20 or 30 or 50, whatever it ends up being, the example I believe we were shown in the workshop that's in these papers is along somebody using it for 10 to 15 years and ending up with $130,000 on a property that may be worth 500, 600 or 700,000. I think that's a really good opportunity that we can offer our people. The fact that our own rates postponement scheme, despite the fact we have 180 ratepayers in arrears this year, hasn't been utilised once, I would think would be an indication potentially that our scheme isn't working particularly well. And so this gives people a pathway into a real and viable opportunity and option for them to be able to stay in their own home and live with dignity in their older age. And I think that is an excellent thing for us to have buy-in to. So I'll support it.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, also in the lines of Councillor Wood, emphasising that growing cohort of elderly in our community and vulnerable members that are in financial difficulty, this is going to provide some relief. When they have an asset and a bit, without repeating, I think that's where I would see the emphasis of benefit for our community. The DC's been one that was emphasised too, but I see this being the primary focus. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Similar to previous speakers, really. I think it does make sense for us to be involved with this. The first two components make a lot of sense in terms of supporting growth and property improvements. I do have some reservation around the rates postponement criteria, particularly that in the draft, the way it's looking at the moment is just for that older age group, and I'm really aware that there are many in our community that are struggling to pay rates who are in that lower age group, which is excluded currently in the draft. But I think if we're able to influence those terms, I think that would be well within, it would be to the benefit of our ratepayers. But I think we need to be really careful that we don't see this as the silver bullet, because ultimately I think it's an incredibly sad thing that we are having to look at this so that people in our community can even afford their rates bills. So I wouldn't like us to use this as a justification for unreasonable rates increases, just saying, well, people can always borrow to pay them, because I don't think that's an ideal situation. What I do think is it's a better situation than people having to lose their homes, which is currently what many in our community are saying they're needing to consider because of the rates increases. So I am concerned about the potential amount being expensed, but given the officer's response to that, and given the fact that some of it may still come back to us if it's not used, I'm happy to support that on that basis.
All right, no need for a right of reply. I think we'll vote. Thank you. That is passed 13-4 with 1 abstention. Thank you. Colleagues, we'll have a very late morning tea break and we'll be back in the chamber at 5 to 12. All right, thank you. Kia ora tātou, welcome back everybody. All right, we're through to number 11 on our order paper. And continuation here, appointment of Plan Change I Commissioners, and just invite Desiree Viggers, our legal counsel, to the table. Desiree, floor's yours.
Kia ora koutou, Mr Mayor. Councillors, thank you. I won't take up much of your time. Hopefully this is reasonably self-explanatory and purely administrative. Happy to take any questions.
You've almost, you've been too quick. I was hoping you to speak for a bit longer. Okay, so are there any questions of Desiree? Councillor Wood.
Sorry, very quickly, but it is related to this. With the government's announcement to pause plan changes, I know we've been told that this is going to go ahead, but I just wanted to understand why. I thought you needed a special exemption or something rather to be able to go ahead. Have we got that, or are we just going to get it done before the legislation changes?
Because of the timing and the fact that the hearing is so close, the decision by the project team has been to box on and continue. It wouldn't arguably qualify for an automatic exemption, but likely to for if we had to apply. But the timing, because none of this is certain, we haven't had anything passed, we haven't seen any wording of anything at this stage, that's the direction that we're heading.
Got you, thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Desiree. So we have a recommendation to council, one that the assignment of councillors Lorna Johnson, Isabel and Orfe Mickelard to hear the proposed district plan change I apply until the decision of the panel is issued, regardless of whether or not the members listed are re-elected to the council at the 2025 local government elections. I'm happy to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. It's pretty academic, so I'll ask you to vote. And it's passed 10 votes for and none against. Thank you. All right, we'll move through to number 12 on the order paper, which is around Atawhai Park and Walkway, and this is a land exchange with Massey University. I'll invite Perrine Green and Kathy Deaver-Todd from our Parks and Reserves and Property to speak to this. This is page 91 of our papers. Welcome.
Morning, councillors, Mr Mayor. The proposed exchange is just formalising some existing use of the land, also resolving access issues for Massey with their landlocked parcel. Also, we have secured some future easements for existing and future walkways. At this stage, we're not asking council for a final decision. We are just, as part of the Local Government Act, we are required for public consultation when disposing of parkland, therefore we're only requesting to proceed with that process. A further report would come to council following a summary of those submissions. Happy to take any questions if Kathy doesn't want to add anything further.
Nothing from you, Kathy? Okay, all right. Look, there's no questions from me or my colleagues, so thank you. Okay, councillors, a number of recommendations there. Very quickly, it's around council proceeding with public consultation on the proposed land exchange with the university, noting that A, land being exchanged to Massey from council would be approximately 564 square metres of Lot 1 DP 48076. The land being exchanged to council from the university would be approximately 541 square metres of part section 208 TN of Fitzherbert. C, council would receive easements over lot 11 DP 18880, which is 91 Atawhai Road, legalising the existing walking path access to Atawhai Park. And 2, over part section 208 TN of Fitzherbert, retaining legal access of the existing walkway from Atawhai Park to Bledisloe Park. And 3, a new easement over part section 208 TN of Fitzherbert, allowing for a future walkway to be developed from Springdale Park to Bledisloe Park. I'm happy to move all of those, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Colleagues, again, I think this is pretty academic. It's virtually a swap for swap in terms of land size, but more importantly, it does give us some opportunities around future pathways. And as a few of us had the pleasure of meeting the family that donated Bledisloe Park to the city, Councillor Barrett and myself, a number of months ago, I think it's really fitting that we're doing this with the university. So ask for your support. Being no further comments, we will vote, please. That has passed 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. Okay, moving through to number 13. And this is around local water done well, the treatment of stormwater and general updates. I'll invite Chris Steyerberg, Julie Keane and Scott Manser to the table. Just noting that Chris is vacating, he's swapping hats here, he's vacating the role on council because he is the executive director of the water services entity at the moment. Okay, I'll pass to you.
Kia ora. Nice to be here. Just one point of clarification before I start. I am sitting here today with my hat on as the Deputy Chief Executive, not, as the paper says, the Executive Director of the CCO establishment. Julie, we've measured her and hopefully she's on her way now so she can catch up. Yeah, so just to clarify, so I think you're probably all caught up, but so for the last, feels like 3 years, but I think it's only about a month, I have been in this role as Executive Director. So the way that works is I'm working to the steering group of the 3 council CEOs. Technically, I'm still employed by Palmerston North City, and the other thing is, as part of that, I am still retaining my role as Deputy Chief Executive. So, you know, today with Wade being away, I'm doing that. So I guess I'm sort of in this other role probably about 4 days a week on average, spending a bit of time out and about with the other councils, and our first job is around the Water Services Delivery Plan. We've got a workshop on that later, and I'll explain a little bit more about how that works there. But I can assure you today I am here firmly with my hat as Deputy Chief Executive, and I think that's really important when we make this decision. So really the purpose of today is going back to the resolution in the June 4 paper that we brought to you, and there we said we would bring more information on the management of stormwater later, and this is what we're doing now. And also I'd just like to acknowledge that the recommendation in the paper today is different from the previous assumption that we had made in relation to the ownership of the stormwater assets. So you know, I just want to start by sort of addressing that. So what changed? So a change in position mainly reflects the clarity that was provided through the select committee process, and so there's a few things that have happened there. You know, just give you an example. So through the select committee, prior to the select committee process, the way the bill was drafted, it looked like that even if you did transfer your assets to the new water services entity, there was going to be this obligation that councils were going to have. We were quite worried about that. We didn't know what it would be, and that it sort of felt like you were going to, if you did change the assets, you still sort of got all the potentially the negative bits. Been clarified through the select committee process that that wasn't the intent, and that stormwater would be treated like any of the other 2 waters, so that if you transfer the assets and you transfer the responsibility or the service responsibility, you transfer everything and you don't have this sort of lingering issue. So that's quite a significant one. Further financial modelling, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more, but as you can see, there's the issue around debt headroom of 295 million. That was quite a significant piece that we discovered as we modelled that. The other thing that's changed is we now know that our other two partner councils have now made the decision to transfer their assets and their service delivery to the new organisation. So the recommendation we're putting up would be consistent with that. A few key points. We know that there's some other things that will be on people's mind in relation to this decision, and they really come down the concept of losing control. So and in particular, in relation to some of the assets that are dear to our hearts, like what we would consider park assets. So a couple of things to sort of comment there. One is that we still have the mechanisms through the statement of expectations. So we still have those mechanisms, which would be the same for stormwater, and for wastewater and for water. And I think the other thing that we'll just say in relation to that, and this is incredibly important around control, is that we know that Telmata ROI are going through a process for developing some standards for wastewater. Now, we don't know what they're going to say, and we don't know whether that's going to be a higher risk for council in terms of having more responsibilities or lower. They've already done water, and we see that the liability we've got in relation to that, we've got issues with contact time for chlorine with bores and things, and there's quite a significant piece in the LTP to address those. I think there's a significant risk potentially with stormwater. So if we had the responsibility for new or for upgrading assets, that risk would sit on council. It wouldn't sit with the new water services entity. I touched on some of the financial benefits, so 295 million of additional debt capacity over 10 years. I think we've talked this morning about rate capping and what that might be. Again, if we had some obligations in relation to, say, higher standards, guess who's going to wear those? And that'll have to come before anything else that we do, because it'll be considered to be one of those core services that we have to prioritise. Economic regulation, duplication, we'd have to maintain that. And the other thing is that if we don't transfer the debt, we potentially have an issue in 2029-30 with our debt to revenue. So not only do we not get the benefit of the extra headroom, but we would have, based on our current view of the LTP, we would run out of money. So, and it's even transferring the debt in relation to the other two waters. We don't transfer enough debt to keep us out of jail on our debt headroom. Other thing just to note as well, so you're not today saying everything's going. What you're doing today is saying that's the assumption we're making in the water services delivery plan. So there's another process that we're going to talk a little bit about this afternoon, and that is the transfer process. So we have to come up with a transfer agreement in terms of what are we transferring to the new water services entity. We will be able to go through on a line-by-line basis to check every asset that we're transferring. So, for instance, there will be some that will be non-controversial. There'll be pump stations, there'll be stormwater mains, there'll be things like that everyone will say, of course, their primary purpose is stormwater. Then we'll get to some things around what we might think of as parks assets. So, for instance, we know at the moment there are some parks that have a primary purpose of stormwater. Now, if we would potentially be having to transfer those in, but what we will be able to do is to say, no, that's something that we don't want to transfer. So and I've got Kathy here if you've got questions about that, we would be able to go through the process of changing the primary purpose on that. There is a bit of work to be done. We would change it to recreation with a secondary purpose of stormwater. What we then have is some other mechanisms that we can do rather than an asset transfer to give the water services entity rights to that park, and it could be an easement or something like that. So obviously, if it's got the secondary purpose, this water services entity may have to get access for maintenance or things like that. So we're feeling pretty good from an officer's perspective to give you that advice, is that we believe we can deal with those issues so that you can get comfort with which assets are transferring over. There's a few other points that I'll probably just make at this point around, probably talking past the cell, but anyway, we think there's a number of operational issues that would be better if we transferred the assets as well as that. Certainly some operational efficiencies. I think there's clarity to staff that there's only one way that we deal with it. There's not this sort of funny, oh, well, they're a PNCC asset, so therefore we can't do a renewal on it until we get permission from PNCC. I think there is clarity, and I talked about this in terms of responsibilities with, who's responsible. And I think, as I said, there's just other mechanisms that we have to sort of protect the rights of council for the things that are really important too. Now one of the things, and just also want to say as well, so, and I'm not walking back from the legal advice that we've got, but there is a view that there's a risk out there that if we kept the assets, there is, under some circumstances, we could potentially still be deemed to be a water services provider with all of the issues that come with that. And I'll just explain this one because it's a little bit complicated. So let's say that we kept the assets, but we transferred the responsibility. When you transfer the responsibility, you can also transfer the responsibility for the collection of revenue. So, but here's where it gets a little bit tricky. Because you haven't transferred the assets, you could probably collect revenue for operational costs, but you can't collect revenue for capital costs. So let's say, for instance, you had $100 million worth of capital development you wanted to do in growth or whatever. That money will have to be raised by the council. That'll have to sit in the council's LTP. You'll need to collect development contributions or other rates for that, because the new organisation can't borrow money and then spend it on assets that someone else belongs to. So it gets very complicated. And I think, this is where, you then say, well, you might have to you might have to have your stormwater strategy, you might have to have a stormwater plan. And this is where you're starting to cross the line around whether you're a water services provider or not. And I think that's something that it's not clear yet. Hopefully some of this will be clarified through the bill, but I think that is a significant risk that worries me, is that we, so what I'm saying is we know what we get if we transfer the assets. There is still a bit of risk and uncertainty around if we keep it and only transfer the services. Couple of reminders. So water service delivery plan, it needs to be submitted on the 3rd September. That is a hard stop for us. That paper is going through Horowhenua Council today. It will go through, it's coming to you next week with the extraordinary meeting, and it'll go through Ratepayer Council the following day on the 14th. If we don't make a decision with stormwater, we have a problem in terms of getting that done. So, Ringatingi, who did I say? Ratepayer. Oh God. Pardon me. Yeah, there's another wrinkle, but I might leave that till later in the day to talk about. But yes, I'm getting mixed up. Anyway, that's probably enough from me at this point, and we'll take the paper as read and let you ask some questions,
Thanks, Chris, Julie and Scott, and thanks for the work to date. Obviously, things are moving pretty quickly. Just a couple of questions from me, and I know this is probably on the minds of others around the table. We get another look at what these assets are that would be transferred over, because it's a very broad, pure stormwater assets. We're going to be able to go through those line by line, aren't we?
That's correct. So that we need to create this transfer agreement, and as part of that, we would have basically we'd set out all of that, everything that's been transferred to the new organisation. So the things that we need to look at. So one of the things that you'll see in the paper that we can't transfer is that it is sort of transport-related stormwater assets, and that's specifically, curb and channel, the sumps, and the lateral between the sump and the stormwater main. there's a prohibition against transferring those, and quite frankly, you wouldn't want to. And the reason you wouldn't want to, they're considered a transport asset that attracts co-funding from NZTA. So that makes perfect sense to still be able to do that. Yeah, look, that'll be a fairly technical exercise that you'll be interested in, but I'm sure you'll be okay. The thing I think you'll be really interested in, what I talked about, is going through those mixed-use assets that are also park assets or recreations assets, and I think that's where we need to make sure that you're very comfortable with what's being transferred. And like I said, there are other mechanisms if we don't want to transfer those assets. I think there are some things like, let's say, detention ponds, and even though it might have a walking track around it, that is, you'll want to transfer that. Don't get me wrong. So, and it doesn't mean you won't still be able to walk around it, but that is an asset that is, I think, quite black and white. But let's take Rangatane Park at the moment. Its current primary purpose is water retention, even though it is, you'll think about it as a recreation reserve, right? So I think that's one where we would look at and say, well, that's probably one you want to change around. And yes, but occasionally its purpose is to retain stormwater and dissipate.
So easements over those would be like power and data do now. The water services entity would have an easement similar to what they would currently have.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, team. A couple of questions from me. If we could start on page 109, I'm trying to understand, so on 6.3 it says under option 1, council would not be a would be a water services provider under this option. However, in 6.1, like you just mentioned, we're prohibited from transferring transport corridor ownership over to these new entities. So obviously we will need to rate for stormwater development on roads and everything that goes with that. So how can both be true, that we are going to have to continue to rate for road upgrades, including stormwater, but also that we're not going to be a water services provider?
Yeah, good question, and you're right. It's yeah. So I guess what the bill is saying is that while these are technically stormwater assets, because they form a stormwater function, they are also roading assets, and you can only have one. So what it's saying is you're putting the line and saying we'll keep those as a roading asset, even though they do have a stormwater function. So look, the way they would be rated for is as roading, so rather than stormwater.
So why is that not true in the alternative? For example, we choose not to transfer those parks or recreation areas that have a dual usage. What you're saying to us is that we run the risk that we would be classed as a water services provider if we didn't transfer those. Why does that risk exist for those mixed-use assets but not roads as a mixed-use asset?
Yeah, so I suppose when I was saying that, I wasn't talking about just those minor assets. I was really probably talking about the scenario where you chose not to transfer any assets.
Okay, got you.
If I could just add to that, those assets that Chris is talking about are already categorised as roading assets. So they are already rated under the roading rates already, and they're already on the balance sheet as roading assets.
Would we contract the stormwater work for the transport corridor to the new entity, or would we do it ourselves?
For the roading, probably not. I think today it is done through the road maintenance contract. So I think that works quite tidy. What I would say though is there clearly has to be a close coordination between the new water services entity, Fulton Hogan or whoever that is, and certainly with the park. So we're always going to have these elements of needing to coordinate quite closely.
Right. Just a few financial questions pertaining to page 110, throughout the whole document, around this $295 million of additional headroom. So I'm understanding, obviously, having a debt to revenue ratio, we'll be decreasing our revenue significantly by removing the waters, but we're also decreasing the amount of planned capital expenditure significantly. So is the reason that we create additional capacity is that there's a malalignment between the income based on these assets and the amount that we're anticipating to spend on them? And that's what frees up the $295 million?
Not quite, but related. So the capacity is purely the difference between the revenue and the level we could borrow to, and the predicted borrowings through that long-term plan period, with the waters all being removed. So when water and wastewater are removed, we automatically get 640 million of capacity. with stormwater leaving as well, or being transferred as well, it's an additional 295 million. So I think it takes it up to about 940 in total.
But surely because our income's dropping considerably, that would, in conjunction, lower our capacity.
That's all factored into that capacity. That's all factored into that capacity.
Okay. So then in relation to that, one of the things that was mentioned to us several times through the workshops is that part of the reason we might want to contract an entity to provide the services is that gives them an income revenue stream which they can then utilise in their borrowings against their, I can't remember what the term is, but against their income. Why is that no longer the case, or did I misunderstand that at the time?
Any income to the water services organisation would be a factor for their FFO ratio, which is their metric, and just like it would be for us. So wherever that revenue sitting would be a factor for that entity's debt capacity. We get more bang for buck with stormwater going to the water services entity, and actually the greater ability to invest in the stormwater assets for the city.
Thank you. And my last question is, how will these assets be, so my understanding at the moment is we have around $1 billion of water-related assets and around $1 billion of non-water related. How will it end up being displayed on our balance sheet at the end of the day? Will we just have a share in this new water services entity that has a valuation of $1 billion, or how does it, for this extra?
Yeah, really good question.
How does it work?
So there'll be a disposal from council's balance sheet, and there'll be an addition in this new water services entity. And you're spot on. There would be shares in this organisation at a yet to be determined level as we sort of go through that transfer agreement. That'll set out whether it's shares or any other method to recognise that asset for us.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Isabella.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions. One, just something you touched on before, Chris. Why does it matter that HDC and RDC have put their stormwater assets into the CCO? Like, why should that have a bearing on our decision particularly?
Yeah, fair question. So, so it should be really clear. We can ignore that and make the decision that we think is in the best interest of Palmerston North City. So that's the first thing. I guess if you put yourself in the position of running the new organisation, I guess what it means is you have sort of one set of approaches to how you're managing things. So you're not having to have some sort of different financial arrangement for Palmerston North. So it just takes away one of the one of the complexities that you would end up having. But we could make it work. So let's be really clear. I'm not saying it has to go the same way. I'm just saying it would make it less complex for the organisation to manage because they get a difference. For
neatness, essentially. Yep. Cool. Thank you. What do we know what the estimated value of the stranded overheads would be under option 2, and how have we calculated that?
I haven't done a specific calculation on stormwater only costs. Like Chris referred to in the introduction, we know there's additional regulation coming. Commerce Commission with the economic regulation of waters, Taumata Arawai are providing new regulation. We expect that will be charged back through a levy that they'll recover from water services organisations. Additionally, because of that additional regulation, there's likely to be an increase to the audit fee that we pay. There's additional reporting requirements. There's a whole series of extra costs that will have to be factored into that overhead calculation. We don't quite know exactly how much those extra costs are, but it would be duplicated across both organisations if we weren't to transfer. Like Chris said, we could absolutely make it work, but it would duplicate costs for the consumer. Additionally, we have staff that work across both wastewater and stormwater because those networks are very aligned. We would have to duplicate resources internally to be able to do our portion, and likewise the new organisation would have to have a similar level of resourcing to be able to do that as well. And you can't split a person in half, unfortunately.
So we wouldn't look to necessarily under option 2 have operational staff. Is that correct? It would be more in the strategic planning and finance
and asset management and asset planning for renewals and investment cycles and things like that. You'd have to have capital delivery offices and that sort of stuff as well.
So it's kind of status quo, like we've got that already?
Yes, but that's where the duplication would come, because they would have to be duplicated in the new organisation as well as us.
Which they would have anyway if they also have stormwater networks from the other councils.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And probably what I'd add is that, again, we haven't got this down to sort of minute level, but you know, when you think about what you'd have to do for the new organisation, you will have all the stormwater capability built in there. Take away what you'd need to do for Palmerston North City, you're probably not going to change much. So your sort of your cost structures or your organisational structure for the new organisation would be pretty much the same with or without Palmerston North City.
Sure. Okay, cool. Thank you. So it's kind of like a TBC in terms of a dollar figure at this point.
And I guess the other thing with stranded overheads, and it's a thought that's come to mind during Chris's introduction, if we were to transfer some of those recreational reserves with easements, there could also be a revenue opportunity for council to mow those parks, and that's currently a non-existent revenue stream for council. So there is another way to look at it as well, and that would reduce the stranded overheads for council.
Thank you. Also, just on that, do we know what the cost associated with reclassifying assets such as reserves is and setting up easements? So presumably there's a cost in having to go through Reserve Act processes and legal process of establishing easements.
I might ask the Parks and Reserves manager to comment on that if she was listening.
Kathy Dever-Todd, Manager Parks and Reserves. So, councillors, we recently went through a classification process, if you remember, and most of the reserves have been classified for their primary purpose. That was a relatively straightforward process. We had a little bit of a legal advice and there's some property assistance, but from a council point of view, that was just a process that took a period of time because of the consultation associated with that. In terms of easements, it does depend on the individual easement, but it normally requires surveying, and legal costs associated with the easement are met by the person applying for the easement, so that would be the CCO. Having said that, and not in all cases would an easement be the correct or the proper instrument. So for example, if you look at somewhere like Rangatane Park, where it's largely an open channel, we're probably going to have an agreement of who looks after that and how they get access for it, which would be quite different if it was a built stormwater asset within a park. So in all cases, in a lot of cases, an easement wouldn't necessarily be required.
Thank you. Was that process that you referred to straightforward because we did it as an omnibus rather than on a case-by-case basis, which presumably might be the case if we're going through each dual-purpose asset and creating agreements for each single one? It seems to me that would be more complex than the omnibus that we just did or are doing.
I guess the answer to that would be that the council went through a process of bringing all of them together because it was the best process for the community, to consult with the community collectively about a number of things. I wouldn't advise council to consider easements on a reserve by reserve basis because of the consultation process with the public. You're asking them to look at one and look at another. So it's most likely that we might take a while to put together what we need, but do that consultation council process collectively.
Yeah, thank you. So if we were looking to reclassify a number of reserves to be dual purpose or have secondary purposes, that would have to go under the Reserves Act and have a 2-month consultation period, and we'd look to do those as one rather than separate consultations.
Yes, so it would be a 1-month consultation period for classification, but yes, we would look to do them. It's not a big process to identify them because we've done quite comprehensive work when we were looking at the classifications the first time of what reserves we had classified, which ones we didn't have classified. It would only be going back to those and saying, does the local purpose include stormwater already, or is the local purpose recreation and we need to add stormwater to it as a secondary purpose? So we haven't had the time to go through and look at those individually at the moment. We know which reserves have the mixed use, but they are classified, which is why we didn't look at them initially. So some will already have that in place and some won't.
Cool, so that prior work's going to help us out there, but there will be consultation costs in and amongst that as well.
Just sort of say on this, I think there's nothing stopping us kicking that work off sooner rather than later, so we can, once we know what we're doing, and we can go through a bit of an exercise and start bringing some stuff down back to council. The deadline for this, just so that you know, is just under 2 years away. So
time.
the date at which the transfers is currently expected to happen would be 1 July 2027. So that's sort of the deadline. Obviously, we'd want to work that out quite quickly. So probably my intent would be to kick off the validation process around assets relatively soon, and we've got to negotiate the terms of the transfer and what have you, and some of that can't really happen until we actually have the organisation, but the processes around validating which assets are going and etc. can start fairly soon.
Okay, thank you. I just had a question about ring fencing, and if we were operating under option 2, is the stormwater revenue currently meeting the full cost of providing that service, or would we need to increase our stormwater charges to meet those requirements?
That's a really good question. Yes, it is meeting its requirement, because that's how we set the rates for that. However, have we purely ring-fenced all of the water activities to easily determine that? That would be the question. That's where the ring-fencing provisions and the detail around those, which we're just waiting for some further clarity on just exactly what that means, and the difficulty that we may face with ring-fencing provisions.
Yeah, ring-fencing stormwater seems like it would be quite complicated, whether it's us doing it or a entity doing it, right?
Absolutely.
So that really comes down then to how we go about our transfer list and how we delineate that?
Yeah, it does. I think one of the things I would also just mention is that my understanding is that the new water services entity wouldn't have to ring fence each individual water. So basically it has to ring fence its operations. So you get the benefit of it being able to work out what its overall operating costs would be. So, with some things it's very difficult. So for instance, we know that we have a lot of joint staff who, from an operational perspective, who work on both stormwater and wastewater. So trying to sort of split that between the two would be quite difficult, so I think it does make it easier in that scenario.
Excellent. Cool, thank you. I just had one on collecting revenue, which you were mentioning about the possibility of double dipping or avoiding double dipping. And I was just thinking about how our roading contract is set up, that we raise the funds for that and then we pay the contract. Why wouldn't we do the same if we pursued option 2? Why would we not raise the funds and then pay the contract? Under what scenario would we complicate it where they were also raising funds?
Yeah, we could do that. I think probably the revenue complication was more where council would have to rate for the asset improvement and the water services entity would charge for the operating costs. So as a ratepayer and consumer, you would get 2 invoices, and one of which there would be a stormwater charge on each, which would be probably fairly confusing.
Yeah. Surely we just wouldn't do it that way though, if we didn't have to, right?
Yeah, there is a practical issue here too though. So you've heard of Wellington Water, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So what you're doing is turning for stormwater, the water services entity, into a Wellington Water, and the biggest challenge you have there is that you've got the councils who collect the money, and then they pay it across, and of course, as soon as that money runs out, Wellington Water says, sorry, we've run out of budget, we can't do that. And the challenge you'll have is that it's not always 100% easy to sort of say, this issue has arisen because you haven't done a good job of maintaining the network versus this service isn't working properly because you haven't done a renewal on that stormwater line. So you just end up creating an environment where you just argue and say, well, you should have collected more money, but we need more, so that is the risk.
Thank you. And just one last one, which was you were talking about the greater capacity to invest in stormwater under option 1, but I was just wondering how that works with the affordability requirement that's also in play, because there'd surely be some limits to the level of investment you could go for. It's not really a carte blanche.
Yep. So, and this is where the water regulator comes in. So it's exactly how it works under, let's take electricity today. So for the electricity lines companies that are fully regulated, because not all of them are. You've got the Commerce Commission, who is crawling over all of that. They review asset management plans and investment plans. They argue till the cows come home about what the appropriate weighted average cost of capital should be applied. There's ODV valuations applied to that, and then they decide about what revenue you can have. So I guess the comfort you can get is that there is someone who's going to be crawling all over this whose purpose is to ensure that the consumer isn't negatively impacted through blasé investment or over investing or over maintaining or whatever.
And then presumably Taumata Arawai are there to ensure that it's not under-invested.
Yes, that's right, and actually, in the Commerce Commission also look out for that as well. So they actually hire a lot of engineers, and they're looking at this and saying, is this going to meet the standards? One of the things that electricity has that I think is the potential in stormwater as well. So in electricity, they have these targets around what they call SAFE and SAIDI, and I can't remember exactly what the acronyms mean, but it's basically how many minutes is your network down, and on average, how often does that go down for an individual customer? Under that economic regulation, there are quite significant financial penalties for companies who don't meet those targets. So, and I think that is the potential for the water entities to have that sort of regulation as well.
So in the context of that sort of regulation and what the focus of that, this is one more, the regulation and the focus of that is, what's the risk there of that conflicting with what our growth priorities are and the stormwater restrictions that are applying to our growth aspirations? Does those regulations take precedence over what we're trying to achieve?
Look, I think that that remains to be seen, and I think that's probably the key area where I think council and the water services entity need to get aligned, and is actually how do we get alignment around growth aspirations and what needs to happen. So I don't know if anyone who has been involved in development and knowing what happens to happen if they need to put in the network. Generally, what the network company or electricity company says is like, I'll do that, but I need a big fat check, and that big fat check basically usually covers almost the entire cost of putting that network in. So I think there would have to be alignment between the growth aspirations, the development contributions, and looking out. So I think that's where the alignment needs to be, but it is a piece of work that I think needs to happen, and I think you're right to identify it as a potential risk.
Cool, thank you. That is all from me. Thanks.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. So, Chris, just firstly picking up on that, what have we actually done to evaluate the impact of option one in terms of our land use planning and who ultimately controls city development?
So I guess at this stage we are still waiting to see how the bill lands, but we've made the assumption that there does have to be close coordination with the council, and I think that's sort of one of the key assumptions that all of the people creating water services entities are making, is that look, we don't have all the details about exactly how it's got to work, apart from knowing that it's going to be really important that there is a process to make sure that happens. The other thing I can say is that built into the mechanism is the role of a statement of expectations. So, and I think that's going to be a key mechanism for councils to signal to the water services entity exactly where their growth aspirations are. It'll be hopefully work a lot better, but it'll feel a little bit like how we contribute to the RLTP, and making sure that our aspirations, and it's probably not a great example because we know that doesn't work very well, but when you are the shareholders of the organisation, I think the expectation is there is better control as opposed to some central agency.
Thanks. Question about liability, and again with the option one scenario. So major weather event, stormwater network doesn't cope, fails, whatever, and there's property damage, who picks up the tab?
So I'd see it happens probably fairly much as it happens today, really. And I think when it comes to like rebuilding the infrastructure, the costs would sort of lie where they fall. And I think today, if you think about does council take what responsibility does council take when it comes to big events? So we don't go and take on the liability of fixing everyone's homes that was impacted in that event. And I think you would see fairly much the same liability would fall to the new organisation as it does today. That's not saying that in the future, just like it does today, there's often deals done between local government, central government, and others in terms of dealing with the response to events.
Thanks. An example there too then around more chronic issues. So I'll give you a practical example. Around the corner from my house, there's a long-standing stormwater issue that has never been resolved. What that means is that road surface deteriorates and there's costs driven onto the roading department in this case by a shortcoming of the stormwater department. How are we going to, as a community, be able to prevent costs of a substandard stormwater solution being loaded onto community in terms of road surfacing or other things?
Look, I think there's a couple of parts to that answer. We've already talked about the need for oversight by the shareholders on that organisation, and I think the other thing is that the other thing that we know is coming is stormwater regulation. So at the moment, the levels of service are effectively set by council in relation to that. I think what's going to happen going forward is that Taumata ROI will have standards in relation to stormwater, and so I think we're going to, the issue that we have today will be, I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm imagining that some of those things will be addressed, but it'll also be addressed through the shareholding and the statement of expectations. And as I said previously, there's going to have to be quite a close coordination between the new stormwater entity and whoever's doing roading in the city and whoever's doing parks. And I think that is the place where some level of understanding about how you address these things will happen. I recall a talk I listened to at the water conference last year, and the chief executive of one of the water entities in Australia sort of spoke about a similar issue, and her advice to the industry was that it was really important that those agreements between the two organisations worked really well, because they're both there for the benefit of the community. And yeah, look, there is the potential for effectively cost shifting through not addressing that. So I think that's it is a key risk, and it is something that would be addressed through those operational agreements.
Can I just get legal counsel to speak, please?
I'd just like to add that there's actually, in addition to the prohibition for stormwater assets in the transport corridor to transfer, they must stay with the territorial authority. There's actually a requirement that there will be a service level agreement entered into with the owner of the transport corridor assets. And we've got it stated in here a couple of times, I think, but at paragraph 4.3.6. So that's stating regardless of ownership, we have to enter into that contract there. And it needs to include the management, operation and maintenance of the stormwater infrastructure. So I see that as being a key document that will hopefully sort those kind of issues, or at least continue that.
Thank you. And just finally, around recommendation 2, it says the responsibility remains with council. What tools are available to us to discharge that responsibility?
Sorry, what? Can you ask your question again? I'm not sure.
Yeah, just on recommendation 2 there, it says responsibility remains with council to ensure. So what tools do we have to discharge that responsibility on behalf of our community?
Yeah, good question. So this is in relation to a general responsibility as a local government authority that we have that. So the way that we discharge it is by having a shareholding in a water services entity who is delivering that service on our behalf. So I think just like we could let's say one of those obligations was to run a museum, and we would say, well, we've set up a CCO to run that service on our behalf. I see this as being no different, that we discharge our obligation under the Local Government Act. I think it's the Local Government Act.
So other than a statement of setting the entity up, statement of expectation, and some asset interaction agreements around roads and parks and reserves, are there any other tools available to a council to
I'll get
give
legal
effect to
counsel
that?
That recommendation is specifically worded in the bill, and the mechanism that we will discharge our responsibility is when council transfers the responsibility for the delivery of the services with respect to that particular water service. So that's how that happens, and that's what we're kind of talking about here today. So, and that will be in the transfer agreement that will be coming back for council sign off in the next year or so. So that's how that works specifically.
And then once that transfer is made, the only tools we have available to us are a statement of expectation.
Statement of expectations, and the water services entity is obliged to create a water services strategy, and it's similar to an LTP. It's reviewed every 3 years with a serious level of consultation on that, and that has to respond to the statement of expectation that comes from the shareholder entities.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, and thanks for the questions that have already been answered. Appreciate that. A lot of the commentary in this paper refers to the additional debt capacity that would be created by the additional 295 million. And I'm still trying to understand how that's created. And I'm just wondering what the revenue assumption is for council post, let's say Three Waters exit, what the revenue reduction looks like, and what that would mean for ratepayers in terms of like a percentage reduction to their rates bill, perhaps.
I haven't done the percentage reduction to rates bills, but the revenue assumption for that calculation is council's 24 to 34 LTP minus Three Waters revenue. It is as simple as that.
So that's the LTP minus the Three Waters revenue, which is, how much is the Three Waters revenue?
If you give me 5 minutes, I could get that.
Thank you. I'll come back to that because I just couldn't find it in the paper. So, and just in terms of the timing of, I mean, it was acknowledged the decision, perhaps quite a quick turnaround in terms of the assumptions that had been made in the last water paper that we had, and that was for us to retain the stormwater assets. The legal advice that's included in here was dated the 29th of July, which is last Tuesday, and on page 114 it outlines the decision making or the process for officers coming to their decision on their recommendation. I mean, obviously we received our papers last Friday, and that seems quite a short turnaround between Tuesday and Friday. At what point did officers determine that option one was, that transferring the assets was a better option than what had been previously indicated in the papers?
Yeah, good question. So just address the timing of the advice from Russell McVeigh. So we started the discussion around that. So that was Russell McVeigh, legal advisors to DIA, so they've been engaged by DIA to do some work, and I knew that, and I contacted one of the partners there some time ago to say we're struggling with our decision around stormwater, and in particular this issue around this residual obligation, and it would be good to get some legal advice. That was probably about 2 months ago, to be honest. It was some time ago that we started that discussion. At that point, the bill, the select committee, was still doing their thing. The reason it was dated the 29th was because we'd had the draft advice and what have you, and it did take a number of weeks for us just to sort of check whether there are any other questions, and we're happy with that advice, and then ask them to finalise it. So that's there. And I guess in terms of the timing, I guess I've had a niggling concern about stormwater for some time, but it's been hard to sort of finalise exactly sort of that until such time as these things have come together that we've sort of talked about in the paper and I talked about earlier.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of the legislation update on page 113, which acknowledges that there could still result in further changes or clarification, are you concerned that we're trying to make decisions now based on legislation that's still being developed and hasn't been finalised and may still change?
Yes, of course, and that's part of this whole process. You know, it's gone incredibly fast, and I think at times it's been incredibly unfair on elected members having to make decisions in the timeframes with the level of uncertainty that we've delivered to you at times. So I 100% acknowledge that. Having said that, and I've taken legal advice on that to say, well, look, what's the chances of the, what's coming through the select committee process to sort of turn around? The advice is that it's very unlikely that, that there would be, a big swing from that, that basically what's come through, given the select committee is controlled by the party in charge, it's very unlikely that they're going to get massive swings, but there could be some tweaks. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. There is one thing that is still, I think, is isn't worded very well, and that is around the transport corridor. So the way it's worded at the moment is that no stormwater asset in the transport corridor can be transferred. Now, the problem is the transport corridor can be very, very wide, and your stormwater mains actually are usually buried in the middle of the road often, or in the side of the road, which is in the transport corridor. So if you could take a literal interpretation of that, you're saying, well, most of your stormwater network has to stay. Now, clearly doesn't really make sense. I've taken advice from Simpson Grierson and from the DIA on that point and said, hey, that's not what you mean, right? And they said, no, don't worry. Things like that may still get clarified, and there could be a few things that could move. Sorry, I need to shut up, but basically I think there is nothing in there that's going to be a significant swing that would change our advice, so we're feeling reasonably confident.
So in practice, how will that look if we own the roadwork network and we're having to make decisions about maintaining and upgrading the roadwork network if we're handed over assets for the stormwater that's under them to another entity? I mean, how does that even look?
Well, that's exactly how it is today. If you look at in the road and corridor, there's assets from the telecommunications.
From power, utilities, Yeah,
you name it. So, and we deal with that. So this is nothing new.
Okay. So if we don't make this decision today, what would be the impact of that?
Oh, I shudder to think. So if we don't make that decision today, then we don't know what to put in our plan. We would have to say in our plan that there's no decision on stormwater. I'd say our plan will get rejected.
Okay.
We have to make a decision.
If as a council we felt that this was a significant enough decision that we should be consulting our community on it, because I don't think, I realise the answer to the question that we don't have to consult more than once, and we've already consulted once. But when we consulted, we were really primarily looking at the other two waters. If as a council we felt that we should actually have a conversation with our community about this before deciding, what would our options look like?
Fail in our obligation to submit the plan, basically.
Pardon?
Fail in our obligation to submit the plan. I think it's the same thing. If you think about, you would have, in terms of the time frame, it wouldn't be this council making the decision, I don't think.
So which trumps?
So we would not be able to submit our plan.
So which legislation trumps which legislation in terms of the Local Government Act, where we feel obligated to talk to our community about decisions that are...
Sorry, Councillor, I just want some legal... I mean, we're diving into a whole lot of legal stuff here, and I think we've already had legal advice. Can I just get it repeated?
Well, I hadn't finished asking the question, but...
Stop, please. I'll get the legal advice.
The question that we're asking today is to decide on how stormwater will be dealt with in the Water Services Delivery Plan. That needs to be submitted by the 3rd of September. The government have very clearly said that they will not be entertaining any extensions. We have got a plan that has been drafted and it's going through the motions of being approved by the other councils. We effectively consulted with stormwater not being transferred, or the ownership not being transferred, but an assumption that perhaps the delivery of the services would be transferred. So if we were to go from that, that would be your option 2. I would recommend that you do make a decision today, noting that next year, before we actually transfer the assets, we will be doing a consultation, or the decision will be coming to you on which particular assets will be transferred. There will also be a new LTP that will have to have all of these decisions consulted on in the usual way at that point. We cannot transfer the assets themselves at this point. We would need to be consulting. What we're doing here is making a decision about the plan and how we will deal with those. If we choose to, we could actually amend the plan afterwards. Okay. We would have to go through a whole process for that. We can do that if that is the will of the table.
Okay, yep, that's really helpful, thank you. And just, thank you, Scott, you look like you've got an answer.
I do. Sorry, I do need to just clarify my answer. It's LTP revenue, less waters revenue, and add back in the stranded overhead assumption at the maximum level.
Sorry, add back in the what?
The stranded overhead assumption from the overheads that would be stranded as a result of water. So we've added them in at the maximum level as in a worst case scenario. We hope they'll be less than that. The difference in revenue is 426 million over 10 years. So with waters departing council, or waters, that would be 426 million less of revenue. However, we gain 940 million of debt capacity as a result of that, because the debt also goes with the assets.
Thank you. And what is the worst case scenario for stranded assets that you're basing the assumptions on?
I think I referenced this in the June paper sitting here. It was about 3 million. And as I alluded to in an answer earlier, if we tap into some unsourced revenue around mowing some reserves, it would be even less than that.
Okay. And just final question, Mr. Mayor, sorry, there is a lot to take in this paper. The comments made for the benefit of the headroom that's created on page 110 under 6.15, it talks about for other non-water services. What did officers have in mind when they were talking about the benefits of having this additional debt headroom?
I think from our LTP, we've got 2 big major building rebuilds that have some fairly weighty external revenue assumptions. And as you'll recall, that was one of the issues with our auditor and the risk of that revenue not coming to fruition. That would provide us capacity to resolve that issue. Potential rates capping's been mentioned this morning. That would also dictate where that would go. We know our roading network needs some investment, as per an earlier paper this morning as well. So all of that kind of prioritisation that would occur around this table.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to you, Scott, Chris and Julie, and appreciate the significant amount of work that's gone in to date. So, colleagues, we have a number of recommendations, and I'll just quickly go through them. One, that Council agreed to option 1, Council transferring ownership and responsibility of stormwater assets and services to the Water Services Council-controlled organisation, A, on the basis that the ownership of Palmerston North City's primary stormwater infrastructure will transfer to the Water Services Council-controlled organisation set up by Palmerston North City, Horowhenua District and Rangitikei District councils agreed by Resolution 90-25, and B, that the responsibility for delivering Palmerston North City stormwater services will transfer to the same Water Services Council-controlled organisation. 2, that Council note that the responsibility remains with Council to ensure the provision of water services is provided to the Council. 3, that Council instruct the Chief Executive to prepare a water services delivery plan that incorporates the above resolutions. 4, that Council note that this matter or decision is recognised as high significance in accordance with the Council's significance and engagement policy. I'm happy to move the 4 of those, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Look, colleagues, I realise that this is extremely rushed, but well traversed in past decisions that we've made. And look, we need to influence or make the best of what we've been dealt. So I won't go into that too much further. And I realise that some around the table absolutely disagree with this, and that's your democratic right. But I do ask you to think about the betterment of the city going forward. If we, on the wrong side of this vote, we put this organisation at significant risk, and it won't be us sitting around the table. It'll be some commissioners. So I was unhappy with this earlier on around where the stormwater would be going, and perhaps having it contracted back. But the officers have come and seen me, and we've had quite a detailed conversation about what this would look like. That has been teased out with a number of questions from a couple of you, a significant amount of questions, and thank you for putting those to everybody. And I think they've been really, really well answered. There's still some unknowns, we know that, but as legal have advised us, we do have some options a bit further down the track as well. And I do think that the thing that worries me about the pure water assets, what are they, what do they look like, exactly what are they, and we get a chance to have another look at that in time. So I think that we have consulted on waters. It's almost like over-consultation, so I know that'll probably be brought out in some comments that we haven't consulted, but I believe we have, and that's been backed up by legal counsel. So please make the right decision here. It's important that we move on and we give this water entity the best possible chance of success. If we don't do this, it does make it quite difficult going forward. So urge your support. Thank you. Councillor Isabella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just thanks to all the officers. I agree the questions have been really well and helpfully answered, and although I have known stormwater views, I did take special care to give this a really fair hearing, but I did want to speak in favour of retaining the ownership of our stormwater assets as per option 2, and I just wanted to run why I'm still landing there. Just firstly, again, it is really... it goes against the grain to just be given sort of 4 days to consider what's quite a fundamental change in assumptions and then make that call on the transfer of $360 million worth of public assets that weren't really explicitly teased out officially on the table during that consultation based on, a legal memo with a table in it. And I assume, and I'm sure that there has been modelling and discussions in the past month during recess and a lot of work, so much work, but we haven't all been part of them. And some of us have just warned over and over that this legislation would erode local control over one of our most essential services. And here at the first real test, we're just seeing how true that is. And just to harp on, the Water Services Delivery Plan is due on September 3rd, but the full legal framework isn't even in place yet. And officer advice has shifted midway through this process because some clarity has trickled down from the Select Committee, but what if more clarity comes next week, or in the next month, or later when those standards come in, and we're wanting to hand that responsibility off before that clarity has fully landed? That doesn't sit right with me. And we know stormwater doesn't operate in isolation, and if we carve parts of it out and hand that over to a multi-council entity, then I think we're risk creating fragmentation more so than with option 1. It's harder for us to plan and invest in a joined up place-based way. To me, efficiency looks like council planning roads and stormwater together and system-wide thinking, not slicing things up for accounting neatness. And yeah, so transforming stormwater gives us an extra $295 million in debt headroom, additional to what's created by water and wastewater transferring. But debt headroom to me relates to a cap, not a target. So I don't necessarily see that as a win unless we're looking to spend up large, which I assume we're not. And whether the debt sits on our books or on their books, it's the same community who's still paying for it. Don't think that there's been enough contextualising for how much stranded overhead or compliance duplication we're actually looking at, because that's TBC, and we don't have stormwater only modelling for it. it's TBC how dual purpose assets like parks would be handled. And so again, we're making a major structural decision about water service delivery without full information. It doesn't sit right. I can't have confidence in that decision as being evidence-based. But we already manage our roading through a contracted model, and if we retained ownership of stormwater and we contracted out that delivery to a CEO, that works in the same way. We have precedent. We maintain the strategic oversight without becoming a water services provider ourselves. So if we keep that stormwater, we can then align our investment with our growth strategy, and we can coordinate with our housing, transport, climate planning, and we can stay accountable to the public that we represent on a very visible and pertinent issue. And if we need delivery scale, we can get that too by contracting the CCO. That gives us the best of both worlds. The efficiency of a regional provider and the strategic control to keep serving our city well. And if we choose to, we can amend the plan, we can add stormwater in, just like another council could join our CCO at a later date, when we know more. There's just too much TBC to have confidence in our decision. If we keep it, at least we know. And we have a responsibility to get this right, not to just get it done. So won't support this, and if it fails, I'll happily move that we pursue option 2. Thanks.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is, Councillor Bellon's quite right, an incredibly important decision, although I'm sorry, Councillor, I disagree with a lot of what's just been said. So I'm going to go through 2 points where I disagree in particular. Firstly is on the erosion of control. As the Councillor said at the end of her comments, the assumption the entire way through developing this is that we would contract the delivery of stormwater services to the new water services CCO anyway, and then manage that through a statement of expectation. So there is no erosion of control in what we are talking about here. This is the exact same model as what we've consulted on and discussed. This is a question of ownership, and that's where I want to focus. On the other point around fragmentation that the Councillor made, I would disagree as well. The biggest way we could fragment a new water services CCO would be to have an area of expertise in managing 2 bits of the water with the water CCO, and then keeping 1 layer of expertise at the council to manage stormwater. That is what I would call fragmentation, and that's the risk that we run, I believe, if we don't go with option 1. So why am I supporting this? For 3 or 4 key reasons. Firstly is the efficiency for a new organisation in their ability to hold all of those assets and all of that expertise in the same place, which we know from looking at DIA examples of other organisations that have done this internationally and nationally, that you get that economy of scale, you get that quality of staff, that calibre of planning, and that calibre of I guess you could say planning, by having it in one place. And so I believe that we would get greater efficiency out of our new organisation, which is what we're pinning our hopes on in terms of delivering greater cost saving to our community by wrapping this into it. The second point, and I would argue almost more important, is efficiency for the Palmerston North City Council in 3 key areas. Firstly, staff costs. In fact, a number of the councillors that are concerned about going with option 1 were the councillors that were very concerned about stranded overheads just a few months ago when we talked about this at that level. And my concern remains around stranded overheads. As our officer said, you can't split a person in half. If you did, it wouldn't look very good. And so in that situation, I would rather that we did as much as we can to mitigate the necessity of having duplication of roles and duplication of expertise between 2 organisations. And so that reduces council's costs there. The other one that's arguably more important is the potential risk of regulatory costs on our council, because that not only impacts the staff requirements that we have, that we need people with expertise in those areas, but also expertise in then handling the regulatory part of it, but also then the cost of the regulatory part of it. So for our own organisation and for the water services entity, we will get a more efficient and effective response by transferring these assets. On the point of debt headroom, I share the concern of Councillor Bellon and Councillor Naylor. I don't just want us to take this as a free ticket to go and spend an extra 300 or 295 million. And there's an easy answer to that. Next time we come to a long-term plan, we adjust our headroom assumptions and go, actually, we don't need to borrow the extra $1 billion for water. That was a large part of what was driving our need to have a 250% debt headroom. The new council could decide to have a 210% debt headroom. So there are really simple ways that we can then mechanistically fix that at the long-term plan stage, if that's the will of the next council. On the point around maintenance versus renewal and capital new, I thought that was one very well articulated by our officers on the risk that we run, where, of course, we all start with the best intentions in the marriage, but by the time that we get 10 years, 20 years down the track, and the services centre says, well, you haven't been or we say you haven't been maintaining it properly, and they go, well, you haven't been renewing it properly and budgeting properly for capital expenditure, I can just see a mess in front of us, councillors, and I would much rather we kept that encapsulated in one place. And so the final point I would make is around the charging that we do to our community for the same amount of debt, because it is something we have to keep close to us, that all of us councillors have spoken about, is at the end of the day, the same people pay. And so how does it work in terms of delivering a lower cost to the community? For every $100 million that our council borrows at an average interest rate of 5% over 30 years, we pay $193 million in total. Let's say we create a new water services entity, so they borrow 30 million and we borrow 70. Well, their expectation through the Commerce Commission is that they would borrow it over the lifetime of the asset. So they have the ability to borrow over a longer period of time. Let's use 50 years for this example. Same interest rate, but over a 50-year period. That means that the total cost, with a $70 million split to our residents over the first 30 years, wouldn't be $193 million, it'd be $184 million. So we've saved $9 million for every $100 million that we borrow there. Then you take it, okay, so that's those two storm waters, let's add in the third water, so that for every 100 million borrowed, 50 million's with the water entity and 50 million's with the council. You then only need, in the first 30 years, $179 million of expenditure. So that's how the cost reduction is delivered to our community through this new model of borrowing. So that means that if we transfer greater assets to this entity, which have a longer borrowing expectation, you end up, for every $100 million that you borrow, you end up saving around 14 million. So in the case of the scale of $1 billion, you're saving 440 million. So there is significant benefit in terms of the scale, in terms of our debt headroom here, and in terms of the cost we put to the community. And that saving, that 140 million, is then what we could consider for extra borrowing. So overall, this is the right thing to do, and I'll support option 1.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. We'll ask for separation of number 1. Because while I've heard some good and even impassioned arguments in favour of it, I'm not yet and will not see myself becoming in a position to support it. So, look, this paper and the huge turnaround that we've had since just June, literally just weeks ago, complete turnaround on this shows just how volatile the situation is. And I think it's emblematic of how little influence and power the community already has in the water services space. I think what we see inside this paper is just how debt and revenue hungry the new CCO will be, and the limits on community ability to moderate that financial hunger. Signing this off today is just moving way, way too fast. The ink's not even dry on the legislation. We were literally just in community consultation having conversations face to face with our constituents saying it was 2 waters. This flips it into 3. This is a prime example, if we move into this, of moving in a process that would continue to erode public trust by not going back out and engaging community on this. So while clearly officers have advice around option 1, and we've heard some financial arguments, for me, the point around option 1 why I cannot support it is that it carries too much uncertainty and more risk than I'm willing to accept. For me, the primary one is around retaining what ability we have as a city to shape our own future. That was acknowledged as a risk in the questions and answers as well as in the paper, and I see option 1 just trades away far too much control as a community. And when I look, for instance, at option 3, I feel much better with the benefits that are described there. Number 1, responsibility is very clear for delivering strategic direction in stormwater. Number 2, growth planning would be easier in relation to stormwater. And number 3, ability to maintain and integrate improved outcomes. Those are the kind of priorities that I see for the community that I want to support and put my name to. Option 1, really this kind of handover is basically a huge reduction in control and influence from day 1. And a lot of uncertainty yet in terms of how well those entities actually run. Yes, it is a CCO, but we all know that second C, the control one, is sometimes a lot more aspirational than practical. And we heard as well the example of the RLTP and NZTA, and you think the kind of ongoing headaches that we've had being hampered by effectively a third party there constraining urban development and loading cost and risk into the city from a transport point of view, and I feel like we're just heading down that same direction now from a water services point of view, where we will not ultimately be better off as a community as a whole. So my view is it would be much better to retain assets as in option 3. And despite what some have said, I don't see option 3 as bringing commissioners to the table tomorrow. I think that's exceedingly unlikely and would actually qualify as fear-mongering. We've had councils that have decided to entirely go it alone, and they haven't got commissioners whistled up. So I think that we are well within our rights representing our community to act in those best interests. And for me, that is option 3, not option 1. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Well, I find myself in the position of agreeing with Councillor Wood twice in one day, which I'm starting to worry about myself. But actually, look, I think that option 1 is the logical and sensible response here. It's yes, I accept it's a response to changing circumstances, but we have to play the hand that we've been given. And government has dealt the hand. They have defined the timescale, and they've indicated how we need to perform as a council. Whilst I think it would be lovely if we had time to go out and consult again, the fact remains that we've got less than a month until we have to produce our water services plan. And so we don't have time to consult again. Now, given that we don't have time to reconsult, I think that the good citizens of Palmerston North elect us to make decisions on their behalf. And we are tasked with informing ourselves and sometimes, yes, having to make quick decisions on changing information. That's what we're here for. That's the responsibility of being a councillor. You can't go out and consult on everything. Ideally, it would have been nice to have consulted on 3 waters instead of 2, but we didn't have that luxury because, I'll remind you, we were, as they say, we were flying the plane while it was being built, and we still are doing that to some extent. So that's just the hand we've been dealt, and we have to play it as best we can. I have no problem when I look at the benefits that putting stormwater in with the other 2 waters into the CCO is going to give to the community. I have no problem in agreeing to put that in the water services plan. We're still 2 years off any transfer of assets. It's not impossible that things might change in that time. We have to go out and consult with the community numerous times before then. So it's not like we're not giving community a say. We're in a pinch now, a decision has to be made, and as responsible governors of the city, we need to make, I believe, the best decision we can for the community based on the information we have at the time, and that's what I'm doing. So, I'm not persuaded by the sort of catastrophic thinking that's coming from any side, to be honest. To me, this just seems like a logical and sensible thing to do. And to be honest, if I needed any more persuading, the mention in questions of the spectre of Wellington Water was quite enough to persuade me that it would be completely wrong to transfer the responsibility for services and us keep the assets. We're going to land ourselves in a very bad position if we do that. So, look, I don't see this as a complete turnaround, as some have described it. I don't see this as any kind of a handing off of assets or anything. This is a decision in time made with the best information we have at the moment, and it seems a very logical and sensible one to me. So please support it.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to also jump in, look, Councillor Wood very much, hit the nail on its head. And personally, for me, I'll be supporting the recommendations before us, option 1, because I believe that this achieves the greatest or greater efficiency and economies of scale with respect to the CCO's asset management planning and operations, which will provide better outcome for the community. Because this is what we want: better outcomes for the community, in the form of a reduction of projected rates increases. The other reason why I also wanted to support this was largely around. Supporting option 1 is largely around this option providing the lowest level of stranded overhead as well, which I think is a good thing for us personally, from an efficiency or financial efficiency sort of things as well. And also, I believe that increased level of borrowing, which this gives us, the debt capacity benefit to Palmer's North, which has been highlighted in the report, of $295 million, which is a good thing for us as well in terms of increasing our level of borrowing, which will provide access to higher levels of funding. And also, this also means that stormwater infrastructure will not be constrained by council's current and future funding limitations. So for those reasons, that's why I'll be voting for option 1. And we have to also be pragmatic and very real about the hand that we've been dealt with by central government. We're not the only councils that's actually making decisions on the fly. This is the hand that we've been dealt with. We're making decisions with very little information coming from central government, and we just have to comply in order to meet our regulatory and legislative obligations as a council, because personally I do not want commissioners coming to Palmer's North for non-compliance, personally, and that will not be the best case, for the best thing to do for the community. I'd rather we comply and follow our constitutional arrangements because central government, by virtue of parliamentary supremacy, have the power to direct and give us directives to follow. So I understand that we might not be in an ideal position in the sense that we don't have enough information in front of us to make the best decision or the best decision that we can. But this is the hand that we've been dealt with, and we just have to move on and get on with it as well. So this is why I'll be supporting option 1 over all the other options. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I just want to comment on, I've heard it a number of times, that this is the hand that's being dealt. The government are not asking us to choose option 1. The government are asking us to provide a water services plan, and that doesn't have to be option 1. Officers have recommended that based on the information they currently have as being the preferred option. I think that the answers to questions, I really appreciate officers having come back. I know a number of us have tried to get our heads around the huge amount of change and information over recent days, and those answers have been really helpful, as well as the ones this morning. And in particular, I found just earlier the legal advice that was provided here really helpful in terms of the clarification that what we're deciding today is making an assumption, and that transfer agreement can be changed. That is reassuring to me that whatever decision we make today, we can actually change down the track. However, I believe that the issue of handing over this level of assets to an external entity is a significant enough issue that I am not comfortable to make that decision based on the information that I have to date. I'm not comfortable to make that decision today. So I would be in favour of supporting the alternate that Councillor Zabelin has indicated with option 2. I think that is erring on the side of caution. I have heard some arguments today that might lean towards me thinking that option 1 may be preferable in some ways. However, I think the trust that the community has indicated that it doesn't have in us causes me to believe that decisions of this significance, we need to have a conversation with them first before indicating a preference as radical as handing over that level of assets. I'm not convinced that the advantage in creating that headroom that's outlined in the papers is necessarily a benefit that we want to seek. History shows that adding headroom usually means that the community or elected members find lots of nice things to fill that capacity with, although I do agree with Councillor Wood that doesn't mean we have to retain that capacity. So that's not my main driver today in preferring option 2. My main driver is that I agree with Councillor Johnson that we can't always consult on everything all the time, and then sometimes we need to make a decision. But decisions of this significance, we absolutely need to talk to our community first. And we didn't talk to them about stormwater earlier in the year. Absolutely not. So I can't support this decision. I'm hugely uncomfortable with this sort of decision making. It's not well considered, it's not well informed when everything is changing at this speed. We don't even know yet what will still be changed in Wellington. I would prefer to hold
err on the side of caution, take a more conservative approach to option 2 being to contract the services but to retain the assets. The benefits are well described in page 103, where keeping ownership of stormwater assets within council may allow for more cohesive planning and decision making, and it allows for prescriptive approach to stormwater management by service level agreement contract. Now, at our sustainability committee recently, we asked officers to come back and have further conversations with elected members and stakeholders about our stormwater strategy. But now we're going ahead and making huge decisions about how that should look before we've even had those conversations. So I won't be in favour of recommendation 1, and if for any reason that fails, I'll be happy to second Councillor Zabelin's option 2 as a more responsible way to opt for an option that we can then talk about transference of any assets with our community prior to making any sort of decision in that regard.
Thank you, councillors. Look, I'm just wary of time, but just in write a reply, I can't disagree more strongly with you, councillor. Option 2 is Wellington Water in disguise for us, and if you don't realise that, there's some shortcomings here. I'm sorry. Look, and I realise some of you are really struggling with this, as you did in the first vote around the waters entity, and it seems to be the same message again in disguise. I just remind councillors, we're still owning these. It's through a CCO, which we will be the major shareholder of. So I just don't get where we're selling these assets down the line to somebody else. Yeah. Look, I'm struggling with that, I really am. Strategy and asset plans are different things, councillor. They are different things. So the residual risk is huge here, people. If we contract it out, keep the assets in-house, the legislation changes, have a guess who's going to be held with the residual risk? It will be us. It'll be the council. So I agree it's hard. I'm hearing you around the speed and we have been dealt this. We absolutely have been dealt this. So please be on the right side of this vote, and I'll ask you to vote on the recommendations, please. Oh yes, it was a councillor wanted to separate one, was it? Okay, we'll just do one first, and then we'll do the others in a collective. So we're just voting on number 1 first, sorry. Thank you. And that has passed 10 votes for and 4 against. All right, and now we'll vote on 2, 3 and 4. And that has passed 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. I'm just wary of time, and we do have a part 2 session, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting now because we have a Rangitane Manawa 2 meeting, which was due to start at 2:15. By standing orders, we can start it at 2. We can start at 2:15. That means those that are members of that committee, I'm sorry, you only got 45 minutes, but we've got no choice. So